Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Right, okay, I think so. Give me 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second. And okay, there we go. All right, I needed to make sure. All right, all right, all right. Oh boy, okay, all right, FD. I see you, FD. First of all, FD, you better give me my goddamn props. I'm gonna sue your ass, FD. No, I'm not really. I'm not that person. You better give me my props. I'm the one who told you Margot Robbie. Now I see you use Margot Robbie as the idealized white woman because I told you that that's the current woman, white woman of the day, and it didn't take anything. You could have got that from anybody. It could have not been me. I'm gonna give you out, right? I'm just saying, right? All right. For those of us that have seen it, the FD Signifier think piece on the Black Gender War online, where he did exactly what we thought he would do, which is minimize the plight of black men and try to explain it away and have us be empathetic and sympathetic towards black women, explaining their situation and attempting to get more young black boys and men to understand the plight of black women, defer to black women, be okay with the matriarchy, gynocracy if you want to be accurate. Yeah. Mr. Z, you done? No. And here's the kicker, FD. Y'all have the boys. FD Signifier. Right? Dr. Hargens, I think her name was Candace Hargens. Or Hargens? Let's be respectful. Dr. Candace Hargens, I think that was her name. Right? Yeah. Well, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing it. Yes. Black women, if the black community is full of majority or in large part single black mothers raising black boys and black girls, right? Black women already have the minds of the children. They have the minds of the boys. They're raising the boys to be ineffectual and to defer to the girls and the women, to provide, protect, and shut up. It's interesting this little two-step y'all do with patriarchy and how women also are some of the hardest enforcers of patriarchy. True, to an extent. To an extent. Their actions as being boss hog women in front of their sons ensure that once their sons get a couple of dollars, they run from those type of women. Goddamn, Z. I'm just saying. Women have the minds of the black boys. Men that think like FD Signifier have the minds of the black boys. G Serotonin is an example of that. As he has said to us multiple times, when he would talk to his elders about women in his life, whether that's his mother, aunts, some of the girl cousins, they would play that down. The resentment that black boys feel for everyone constantly minimizing their plight in comparison to black girls and black women's plight. You know kind of what you did here, FD Signifier. It's interesting also how patriarchy works, where it's the evil of all, right? So FD goes on to address that Black men do earn more than black women, even though black women are more educated, college educated, institutionally educated, indoctrinated than black men. And so black men doing back-breaking work and doing 50, 60, 70, 80 plus hours a week of work is a sign of the patriarchy? Huh? It's a sign of the patriarchy. The fact that we have black men out earning black women by the smallest margin, by the way, as a collective, the collective of black men who work out earning the collective of black women who work, that's a sign of the patriarchy. And FD says it's pretty much not up for debate. That's patriarchy. Never mind the type of jobs black men engage in, the career path black men take compared to black women. Simply put, black women are more institutionally educated with advanced and terminal degrees, and black men aren't. And so any sign that black men earn more than black women as a collective is a sign of the patriarchy. Wow. Huh. So we once again have this 1 foot in and 1 foot out. Shout out to Dr. Hargens, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's how her last name is pronounced. And she speaks of the Nikki Giovanni and James Baldwin. We all seen the conversation before. If you haven't, you have to see it. Okay. Here's the problem, though. And somewhat of the resentment of black men having their wives or girlfriends come home after a long day of work, and the resentment the black men feel. We refuse, and I see Professor Odie brought it up a little bit. We refuse to have a conversation ever about women, black women's resentment at black men, at this larger society, that they cannot and they will not and they are not allowed to perform white womanhood. We refused to address it when we saw black women calling into Kevin Samuel's show night after night after night after night after night, begging him to find them a man to allow them to perform white womanhood. We refuse to address watching a-hole, mean, condescending, rude, scammer-ass Nigerian chicks talk down to black men on the Pop the Balloon show just to find out they are scamming, loser, mean, condescending Nigerian chicks who are scammers. That part. We refuse to address that these women on the daily wrap-up show in cruise season, the women that say provide, protect, and shut up, the women that say if I earn more than you, I will belittle you. We refuse to address that those women are desirous of living the life of the myth of white womanhood. And they resent, say it again, Z, they resent not being able to live that life. And that trickles down all the way to the upbringing of the boys and the education of the boys. Number one. Number two, FD does a little tacit admission that okay, yeah, okay, okay, there is something there about like okay, the way black men are maybe okay targeted okay more dangerously than black women. It's a blink and you'll miss it throwaway side comment. Huh. It's a blink and you'll miss it throwaway side comment. Mr. Z, you have more than one link there though. For those of you who haven't checked it out, hopefully you have. I have 3 links in my description box. One of the pretty much 2 hour long think piece from FD Signifier, another from part 1 of BGS breakdown of these educated professional upper middle class professional managerial class women of varying backgrounds and races having a conversation. I want to say BGS said it was 1970. Um, and the other one is of BGS breaking down a conversation a panel of women had around the same era, early 70s maybe, um, speaking about the Moynihan report. I mentioned this before. Why the 2 other links? The second link is very important because it's a white woman calling out what would effectively become and is a gynocracy. She called it matriarchy, a gynocracy in the black community. She called it out 50 plus years ago. And the black woman, very educated black woman, did not push back. She resented the word matriarchy. You're not supposed to call it a matriarchy because then black women have to accept that every fallout of the black community is because of the matriarchy and they just won't accept it. That was their issue with the Moynihan report. Stop calling it a matriarchy because now black men have an excuse on why when they get money they leave. Now black women are going to have to be responsible for the crap show that is the black community. That is their issue. But that's not the most important part. Ha ha ha. BGS caught it. I listened to part 1. BGS didn't go too much into detail about it. Let's talk about this. I don't know about part 2. Huh. The black woman says to the white woman, "Yeah, we have and I have a conversation with my militant brothers." And she goes on to say, and let's just break this down. What she's saying is, get down with the goddamn program. We run it. White society put the thumb on the scales for us, and you will get down with the program. Ain't that right, FD? Do y'all understand why I tied this conversation, part 1, with the FD conversation? All of this conversation between black men and black women, give or take since the civil rights movement, 50-ish, maybe 60 years of debate, conversation, negotiation, lack of negotiation, the dictatorial powers that black women have, I said it the way I meant it, come from the fact that white society put the thumb on the scales for them. As the black woman said in that 1970s clip, black men, shut up. Get down, get in line with our program. Ain't that right, Tiffany Cross? Get in line next to, behind black women, and then what? The silence is on purpose, everyone. And then what? Are we going to challenge white supremacy? No. Anti-blackness? That silence is on purpose too. No. Huh. So what exactly are we going to do when black men, particularly black men of means, stop challenging this gynocracy? What exactly is going to happen? Oh, black men elevate black women so that rich white men can take black women off of black men's hands. Let's say that again, Z. Black men elevate black women so that rich white men can take black women off of black men's hands. Huh. But isn't that the way it goes the other way around? Absolutely not. Because white women were going to come for black men. I meant it the way I said it, pun intended. Regardless of black women elevated black men or not. Huh? Huh. So the goal here is to get black men comfortable with a bunch of different gender dynamics because as FD and the black left love to say, gender is a scam. Okay, fine. Gender is a scam. And the goal here is to get black men and black women to agree with that gender is a scam so that we can just form these different dynamic and models around the black community depending on your situation and where you find yourself. And all of it is going to look matriarchal. Uh-oh. What y'all thought that was going to end up to be. And all of it is going to look matriarchal eventually. Different outgrowths of matriarchy. Kind of like what we got now. Uh-oh. Huh. Not lying. Mr. Z been saying that way longer than I heard Sarge Willie Pete. Mr. Z been saying that way longer. And Lion says, as Sarge Willie Pete said, the goal is to get men to sell their manhood at a discount. Right? For free, actually. That's where Sherry Shepherd come in. I know I don't got what it takes to have a husband, but can you rent me your husband? For free? Because I'm your homegirl? Huh? Exactly, Samuel. And Samuel Norton says, gender is a scam until you board the Titanic. And this is why it's patriarchy under feminist specifications, or like how they like to call it, egalitarianism. See, gender is a scam. Sounds nice. Okay, my bad. AKA Shirley Shepherd. My bad, yo. I don't recall which one when am I saying her name the proper way and when am I saying her name the wrong way. Right? Gender is a scam. And black and granted, we gotta give it to them. Pretty much everybody there told black women that they ain't gonna be able to perform white womanhood like white women. This is like the first time, at least in my years, that I've ever seen people just straight out tell black women, okay, yeah, it ain't gonna happen. FD said it. FD's wife said it. Shout out to Miss FD, Signifier. Dr. Hargens. Can somebody look her name up real quick? It's Candice Hargens. I want to make sure I'm pronouncing her name correctly. Dr. Candice Hargens, to be respectful, right? Dr. Candice Hargens said it. Professor Odie said it, right? Huh. Now let's see how black women take that. Now, FD attempted to get in front of us with the he's living a patriarchal life, right? And like, but for the longest, him and his wife lived 50-50. Oh, Negro, you missed the point. Oh, you missed it. On purpose, because you're not dumb or slow. The second you could, you essentially retired your wife. That's the point. The goal was always for you to get here. And when you got here, you performed in your ideal, not in Mr. Z's ideal, not in any other black man's ideal, in your ideal. The second you could, you and your wife did what? You performed in the way y'all saw best, which was what, FD Signifier? Oh, see, FD, we can't continue to play this game where you forget why you joined my panel or why you joined the conversation with me the first time we ever spoke. Do you recall what I was saying and how you attempted to clarify? And your life is proving me right. What was Mr. Z saying? I recall what I was saying that first conversation. I recalled your disagreement in the comments and why I brought you up on the panel. What was Mr. Z saying? These guys are trying to get us comfortable with all these quote unquote different relationship models as they go out and live a patriarchal life. So real manhood, I don't care whether y'all want to debate what that look like. FD will get to play that game, and Conscious Lee would be able to play that game, and Foreign Man and the Foreign Land would be able to play that game. And all of these well-spoken, educated black men will be able to play that game, trying to minimize and downplay it, asking the rest of us why you trying to play that game. And then tell us to resign ourselves, try to get us really comfortable, those of us who are not degreed and lettered, those of us who don't speak like FD or Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, you know, where you defer to women, placate them, where you empathize with black women, placate them, where you know, chastise black men, but in a positive way, bludgeon black men with this fake ass egalitarianism, which is nothing but really like feminism on steroids, and get them nice and comfortable with the gynocracy. And because we don't think, emote, and move like FD Signifier, what FD is saying to us and to those who actually do and eventually will succumb to what he's speaking of, what FD and his ilk are saying is, dear black men, y'all need to resign yourselves and get real comfortable with all of these different relationship models where I'ma say it, you end up with trans and you end up with retired Cheerios and you end up with single moms with 2 and 3 kids from different dudes. You end up with former LGBTQ women who now need a retirement plan because other women don't have money either. Yeah, so you go ahead and do that thing with those people, and then we can all be a community and be kumbaya. I can have me and my children and my wife, say it again, Z, wife, say it one more again, Z, wife in this nuclear family that's, you know, pretty patriarchal, and then y'all can have whatever the hell y'all doing over there, and we could just be one big, you know, quote unquote community full of happy people who are in the best situation they can possibly be in with a spouse. Instead of, you black men of means doing the passport bro thing, or you black men of means doing the non-black thing, or you black men of means finding other ways to find a companion who doesn't see you as a defective white man. Huh? Huh. FD, I said it the first time. You jumped on the panel to tell me that's not what you're saying. FD, your entire, what, 2 hour long think piece was that. I'm going to live the patriarchal life with me and my wife and my kids. Now that I can afford to do it, I'm going to do it. Fine. Brother, we expected nothing different. You could call it what you want to call it. You could attempt to soften it up and sanitize it. Bro, you live in like standard issue patriarchal life right now. Oh, L's active even. Oh, yeah. This is one of the runners up for one of the worst ones. And L's active says end up with a divester. Oh, yeah, yeah, right. With a retired divester, a failed divester. Yeah, right. FD, you're living a pretty patriarchal life while you talk down to. And let me take that back because he did talk down to black men. But this think piece was more about, once again, and shout out to everyone who could see it, getting black boys and men comfortable with over indexing on black girls and black women's plight like we haven't been doing that for 5 and 6 decades already. Intersectionality, anyone? And black boys and black men are an afterthought. And you wonder why you have the black community you have now. Black boys and black men's plight are an afterthought. Black boys and black men are expected to get down with black women's programs so much that even with black men putting some of the most grueling hours in doing some of the most doing some of the jobs that other Americans would rather not. FD sees that black men earn a few dollars more as a collective and says that is the sign of the patriarchy. That's how much the game is rigged in black women's favor. And I watched a whole bunch of scholars in 2 hours of think piece not mention that part. Huh? I watched 2 hour long of think piece, and FD didn't just come out and say what a goddamn white woman said 50 plus years ago. And the black woman admitted to she just don't like the name or the word matriarchy because she knows exactly what comes with that. She said that 50 years ago. And Mr. Shook to you says, Z is right. I haven't worked less than 60 hours a week in 20 years. Mr. Shook to you, if your wife is college educated, FD Signifier will tell you that the reason why you earn more than her is a sign of the patriarchy. It's the patriarchy. It has nothing to do with the fact that you are putting in 50% more hours every week, at least for 20 years. You're putting 50% more hours a week. Huh. So this think piece is what we thought it was going to be. They are who we thought they were. FD uses Derek Jackson to kind of as the backdrop. Um, he says, and I agree with him that if you are a particular type of black woman looking for a particular type of lifestyle, then Derek Jackson, quote unquote, advice wasn't bad advice, but it wasn't advice. It really wasn't advice, and you know it. He was placating black women. Y'all need to stop calling placating black women looking out for and loving black women. See, that's the part that you didn't really want to address because you're engaging in it. You didn't really want to address because you engage in it. FD signifier. It's not love of black women. Mr. Z loves black women. Mr. Z prefers black women. Believe it or not, Mr. Z is not antagonistic to black women in real life. Mr. Z doesn't look for every reason to debate or argue down or embarrass a black woman. You know the difference between loving and placating black women is that you don't set black women up for you to be a lying, cheating narcissist when they find you out. Because the difference between placating black women and loving black women is telling them the goddamn truth. Not just about black men, but about themselves. You know another thing, because y'all want to talk about this protector thing. Ooh. You know one thing about protection is that sometimes you got to protect people from them own goddamn selves. Z, could you get it out correctly? You got to protect people from themselves, from their own thoughts, feelings, and actions. FDU being a husband to a black wife, guess what? I know you know that. Huh. Michael Ross, that's a better word, grifter. Definitely a better word. Thank you, Passport OG. Overtime is patriarchy, is the patriarchy. Right? And Trail says, I sought after a college educated wife because I wanted my children to have the background. Thank God we were on the same page as as to her being the first primary educator for our family. And there you go. Right? You know, shout out to Obsidian. When I had Obsidian on, right? And we were speaking, and like just about everyone had a college educated girlfriend or wife. From Kevin C to me to Obsidian. And which one of our wives or girlfriends would call us earning more patriarchal? Me and my girlfriend have had this conversation multiple times. She don't want to do what I do. She don't want to do the type of work I do, and she definitely don't want to put in the hours I do. And she would not call that patriarchy. And if she had to call it patriarchy, she would gladly submit to it. God damn, Z, I said it. Huh? Huh. You have a panel of women debating what family is going to look like. Huh. Interesting. As time progresses 50 plus years ago, You have a white woman hearing a black woman speak, surveying the landscape, putting her finger to the wind and saying, that looks matriarchal. She called it out 50 plus years ago. She didn't need the Moynihan report. Uh-oh. She called it out 50 plus years ago. And the black woman she was speaking to essentially conceded the point. It said, yeah, we run a matriarchy over here, and I tell the militant black men around me to shut up and get in line behind black women. And yet, here we are 50 plus years ago, and FD Signifier is essentially doing the same thing that black women did 50 plus years ago. Huh. Dear FD Signifier, we're not signing up for it. Not just the Black Manosphere. Black young men who have never even heard of the Black Manosphere. They're not signing up for it. That's why the interracial marriage rate over the past couple years for black young men is over 20%. That's why it's a goddamn 25%. Practically, it's 24%. 25%. And yet, 10 years between the gap in the census and black women's interracial marriage rate went up 1 percentage point from 12% to 13%, and that's when you control for married black women. Let's do the math real quick, FD, for all of this talk that you talking right now. You and all of your guests on your video, on your think piece, better yet. Black men have a higher marriage rate. Okay. Black men are more likely to marry out. Uh-oh. So black men are more likely to marry out and they have a higher marriage rate. All right. So when you control for marriage, black women's interracial marriage rate going from 12% to 13%, pretty insignificant over the past decade or so. We got a problem, Houston, compared to black men who are now at 24%, so 25%, a quarter of married black men over the past few years. A quarter of these men are marrying out. A quarter. Do you see the problem here? You could say what you want to say. Not, let me be very clear, black women. Black men are going to make you keep your promise. You could do bad all by yourself. Black men are saying to you, black men with any modicum of stability are saying to you, we'll see. Through action, FD. I said it before. Let me say it again to you and Dr. Hargens and to Professor Odie. Black men lose a gender war. If there's a gender war, black men lose the gender war. There is no way black men win a gender war in America against black women. Black men lose a gender war. Black women just lose the gender war harder. The silence is on purpose, y'all. Black women lose a gender war harder. For those of you who always wondered why Mr. Z said that and he said it in that way, Exhibit A, black men earn more than black women. The way white patriarchy works in the West and in America, Mr. Z just didn't pull this out of his rear end. I did the math. The way white patriarchy works in the West and in America, in particular in America, all non-black men cannot elevate black women too much because it throws off their internal beauty standard. It's simple. All these white men can placate black women all black women want. But they will not disrupt their internal beauty standard for black women and black women's insatiable inferiority complex because they live on the same planet as white women. They are not going to kick off Margot Robbie off of the beauty hierarchy or on the beauty pedestal for Ashley Acuna. They're not. For Lizzo, they're not. For even Kelly Rowland or Beyonce, they're not. Carrie Hilson, nope. Primetime Halle Berry, nope. Lori Harvey, nope. Mariah Carey, nope. Primetime Whitney Houston, nope. Pam Grier, nope. Name the Melissa Ford, name them. They're not going to kick off Charlize Theron, name them. Uma Thurman, all the blonde, blue-eyed white women that all look like they could be related. Spanning, Mr. Z almost lost his religion, spanning 40, 50 years. Even white men that find black women attractive, and that does exist, they are not scrambling their beauty standards for black women. They quite enjoy watching the hellscape that is the black community because black women want to have their foot one foot in and one foot out. One foot in feminism, one foot in patriarchy. But after he's done wiping himself off, after he done pulled out and pulled off, he's not going to elevate you, black women, over his own women. And contrary to popular belief and all y'all little sassy, backbiting ass comments, black men too do not elevate white women above black women. The dating divide shows us that. Dataclysm shows us that. Uh-oh. Huh. We watched FD over the span of 2 hours do what we thought he was going to do. Minimize the plight of black boys and men, attempt to get us to sympathize with the plight of black women, particularly professional black women who find themselves in a very interesting position, right? This is where Dr. Hargins comes in, right? Once again, we minimize what black men are saying. And we attempt to get black men to understand why we minimize what they're saying. Because what they're talking about, their feelings, their thoughts, come from a very toxic patriarchal place. Black women, on the other hand, not so much. Huh. And the way we justify this in the black community writ large, black academics specifically, black academics who now have social media, even more specifically than that, is to continue to say and emphasize, and it pretty much falls on deaf ears outside of the people that already believed it in the first place, that black men misbehavior does more harm than black women's misbehavior. Oh boy. Black men's sexism does more harm than black women's sexism, even though we admit that single mothers are raising these patriarchal boys and girls, which doesn't make sense because the black community is a gynocracy. So is it patriarchy or is it the provide protect part of patriarchy without the leadership and power part of patriarchy? Yikes. Uh-oh. Huh? FD, you could do as much numbers as you want. And I think FD would actually concede that he really doesn't move the needle with this. Actually, I'm pretty sure he would concede that, right? You could do the numbers you want, make your YouTube money, put out your think pieces. You don't move the needle. You want to know why you don't move the needle? Because black boys and black men have real experiences with black girls and black women. And it's not the sting of rejection, sir. Rejection isn't the issue. Not being desired by every black woman you're desired by isn't the issue. It's a gynocratic order where black women feel they have the right, where black girls feel they have the right to be mean and snarky, condescending a-holes, entitled brats, because they need to maintain the hierarchy of girl over boy, woman over man, the gynocratic social order. The reason why your content will not push the needle appreciably is simple. The real life experiences and desires of black girls and women and black boys and men, as much as you attempted to address it here, barely, not really. The fact that you once again refuse to address, and maybe it's not your place, fine, it's not your place. Where are the black women who think it is their place? Uh-oh. See, the issue that we have here is attempting to, not even attempting to, telling black men to continue to have their hands behind their back so they don't pose a threat to the girls, and so the girls and the women don't feel threatened by them. Telling black boys and black men to continue to walk around with their hands behind their back. In any conversation or confrontation, I said it the way I meant it, with black girls and black women. Right? Huh. Keeping your hands behind your back. Because anything short of that is sexism and misogyny and misogynoirism. The reason why your content will not move the needle appreciably, FD, is once again, we are not having a real conversation about what it means to be a educated, successful black woman who is desirous of the lifestyle. It does not go away. It doesn't go away. So yes, you have these scholars who took particular classes, particular courses, and now can attempt to work through their resentment at black men and their desires for a particular life. The vast majority of people will never go through those classes, and your think pieces really don't move them. That's if they ever see it. The desire and the thing that y'all struggle with owning is how the math isn't mathing because the black community is scrambled as hell because black women still want to practice hypergamy. Uh-oh. And us over indexing on black women's education, on black women's social standing, on black women's economics, and black men still earn more than them, on black women's independence, on black women's negative liberty, which y'all call quote unquote freedom. All it's done is exacerbate and exaggerate the problems. You don't move the needle, FD Signifier. Not because your think piece wasn't well produced, and that for your line of thought process, that it wasn't thoughtful. You don't move the needle because you didn't say anything. Not saying you didn't really say anything. No, you didn't say anything like new or cutting edge or nope. You did what was expected. Intellectualize, attempting to get the young black boys and men to understand the plight of black women, particularly professional black women. The problem is that many of your subscribers who are heterosexual are going to date those black women. Ooh. And run smack dab into the wall of the hypocrisy of those black women and say it, Z. And we got them. You could attempt to run ahead of us as much as you want and get the black boys to think a certain way and get the young black men to think a certain way. You could attempt to do that all you want. But when those black young men run into that wall of the hypocrisy that is the black women who are similarly situated to them, we got them. It's done. See, we'll talk all day about black men's hypocrisy, but everyone starts cringing and everyone starts getting a little scary and frightened on how we are going to address the black women's hypocrisy. That's if y'all even acknowledge that there's a hypocrisy there. And that's okay. You don't have to say anything to the women. The boys and the men's action will speak loud enough. 25% interracial marriage rate. And yeah, we see the NBA draft and the NFL draft. Yeah, we see it. Fine. Let's turn Black America into Brazil. Let's turn it beige and waffle colored. Fine. Black women, you want to play this game? Okay, fine. You want to destroy the black community, torpedo it with a bunch of mixed racially schizophrenic ass children? We could do that. Instead of being which on your Nazi ass program, we could do that. Instead of you being leader and not owning any responsibility for what that actually looks like, we could do that. A bunch of mixed racially schizophrenic children, that's a small price to pay instead of getting behind black women who will not own what a matriarchy actually looks like. I didn't say gynocracy. Right? Huh. In venom cases, they really think this community is going to heal without addressing the issues. Damn idiots, bro. It's like this circular argument we have over and over again in the black community, where you're not supposed to say matriarchy, you're not supposed to say gynocracy. That's a word that most people still don't know yet, but fine. You're never supposed to own that the black community is a matriarchy, because once you own that the black community is a matriarchy, then everything makes too much sense. So we can't do that, right? We can't do that. Once you own the black community and matriarchy, everything makes sense. The boys' reading level makes sense. Boys' high school dropout rate makes sense. Those of them that when they do get a couple dollars, they go run into the arms of a non-black woman, that makes sense. Passport bros make sense, right? All of that makes sense. I saw the clip. I want to do a whole different think piece about it with Yanni speaking about Kevin Samuels and Vivica A. Fox, and how some brothers are misconstruing what Vivica A. Fox said. She was looking for a man, and Negroes are dancing and being a little too giddy about Vivica A. Fox saying, "Oh, I want a husband now," and they're using Kevin Samuels and what he said before his passing about Vivica to draw this line, and Yanni with her little snarky ass, right? Her little sassy ass thought this was the perfect time to jab at Kevin Samuels in his death and dance on his grave one good time for good measure, right? To get her home, to get all her subscribers all in their feels. How you tie this to the matriarchy? That's the matriarchy. You got to do your little seance. You got to do your little prayer. You got to urinate over the dead man's grave, one good measure. You got to do it every once in a while, not because of any real reason, just to remind black men they're standing in the black community. You got to urinate on one of the men they valued. You got to urinate on his grave just to remind them of how little this man was and how little they are by proxy. And you got to be mean about it. Huh? Yanni, Vivica A. Fox, you're staring down your goddamn future. Goddamn, Z. Yanni, Eartha Kitt, you're staring down your goddamn future. That's why you love reminding people inaccurately and falsely that Kevin Samuels died alone. Once again, inaccurate. Kevin Samuels practically passed with a smile on his face, but he had a little fun time the night before with that young lady. Yeah. Y'all never mentioned that part because it doesn't go well with your narrative. Huh? Oh, his body was, man. For those of you who are not built for it, For those of you, I don't suggest you watch it. But yeah, she speak about all this. They couldn't identify who he was for 3 days. And listen, ladies, y'all the one who care. Dear black women and women in general, y'all really have to get out of this mindset that men care about the same things y'all care about. We're dead already. What's going to happen to my body if nobody can identify it for 36 hours and for 24 hours and for 72 hours? What is going to, oh my God. I had fun time the night before. I became a millionaire in my lifetime. I became notable. They're still mentioning me 2 years after my death. I practically became a household name in the span of 2 years. I did more in a couple years than most people ever do in their lifetime. Yanni, you were making content, or at least you blew up in the level you blew up before Kevin. He surpassed you, died, and you still ain't reached his level yet. I'm not saying I'll ever reach your level, but I could see why you dancing on his grave. I see it. I see it. I see the jealousy. Call it what it is, Yanni. Huh? Your little miserable ass. Yanni, I saw that little clip with you trying on your clothes and tell, oh yeah, I got this from Zara, and then I got this from H&M, and I got this, and Yanni, let's slow down here. We're black, especially for those of us that were born and raised in the black community, around other black people, ADOS and non-ADOS. We need to stop lying to each other. You know when you look in someone's eyes and you see the misery, oh, and the pretentiousness and the loneliness. You know when you see the desperation. We saw it in Eartha Kitt. Yanni. The warning we were given Vivica A. Fox years ago and decades ago. The warning that we're giving you is the same one we're attempting to bar you from going through what Eartha Kitt went through. We saw it in Eartha Kitt's face when she was still trying to put on before her death. Y'all could say, oh no, compromise. Yeah, that's a real woman. Look, compromise for what? For who? Yeah, I think the same way. Eartha Kitt was putting on. We saw it in her face. We know what that looked like. We're raised by black women. We know when you're lying. We know when you're fronting. I didn't even mention Diane Carroll because at least for Diane Carroll, she admitted some things. For Diane Carroll, it was a bit more sobering. Right? The Split Jim says, thanks a lot, Z. Yanni's shorts be coming up on my feed. Yeah, you saw that short also? Hysterical. Yeah, I got this. And isn't it cute? It's cute. And she doing the thing. You know, it's not for us. It's for the women. It's for other women to show them how much money she making off of their views. Right? The nice things she's buying with their money, with their views and their attention. And then she showed herself in some, I guess, some club or some lounge or bar. Shout out to her. Enjoy your life. Enjoy your success. Mr. Z is not actually anti your success. How you got your success, on the other hand, uh-oh. Huh? Believe it or not, Yanni, black men don't like to see black women miserable. Y'all can't say the same thing, but black men don't actually like to see black women miserable. Yanni, when you look in your eyes, when we look in your eyes, doesn't necessarily look like you are the happiest person in the world, Yanni. You got off a little bit too much, Yanni, dancing on Kevin Samuel's grave in defense of Vivica A. Fox because you feel like you're gonna be her. Oops. Um. Yeah, Yanni, you did a whole lot of equivocating for Vivica A. Fox, Yanni. She didn't say she was looking to be married. She looked like maybe she's looking for a younger man in companionship and a little lifestyle and she don't want to get married because her resources and the things that she accumulated. And she's a 60-year-old woman with no kids, Yanni. What? Some man's gonna take all of her resources and leave her kids? Oops, with nothing. She's a 60-year-old woman who was a notable actress in Black America, but outside of a couple of dope movies like Independence Day, does white America really know about Vivica A. Fox like that? Independence Day 1, Independence Day 2, right? Elle's active. You see what I'm saying? Elle's active says she got them soldier eyes. Whatever little seance thing and whatever African voodoo priestess you go into, Yanni, whatever, Okomi or crystal ball reading thing you doing, you might want to look, Yanni, as a Haitian. Listen, listen, listen. For all my Caribbean folks who got extended family members and family members, don't expose yourselves. Or maybe you practice some of this stuff. Let's sit down with Yanni real quick. Let's have a talk to her. Yanni, this thing is gonna, no pun intended here. This thing is gonna suck your soul out. Yanni, if you playing around with some of this other stuff, it is going to suck your soul out. If they ain't tell you, let Mr. Z the Haitian tell you. You better leave that thing alone. If you are doing what I think you might be doing, see, if you're not doing what I think you might be doing, then ignore everything I just said. But if you're doing what I think you might be doing, what they don't tell you is you're selling your soul for these little baubles. Huh? I'm just saying, it comes at a cost. but right? You better stop playing. You better stop. If that's the part, if you go into someone and they doing something in your name or on your behalf, Yanni, there's a reason why Mr. Z and my immediate family, we don't play with that type of stuff. Absolutely not. Right? So I brought up Yanni, y'all, to describe the matriarchy. To describe the matriarchy. I don't I don't think Yanni has a body count. I don't think she has a crazy body count. But when you look in her eyes, you can see there's something that ain't quite right. And it's something not. I don't know. You're doing well in life, but there's there's something not the light. There's some, especially for someone that's doing well. You're notable on YouTube. You're doing your numbers. You got views. You got your sister girls that'll follow you to the edge of the earth, literally. But when we look in your eye, there doesn't seem to be light in there, huh? Huh? Trell, I ain't messing with you. I ain't gonna read that out loud. Right? Huh? I ain't messing with you neither, Vic. Oh man. Yeah, Trell, it's not that because I don't think she has a body count like that. So I think like Els Active probably described it more. It's more like a brother or a white dude or somebody that came from war, right? You done seen too much. You done had your best mate pass right in front of you, or get his head blown off in front of you, type thing. Like that real trauma, like that real PTSD. And it's possible that I could just be reading too much into it. That's possible. But what I'm saying is, like, I see a line between that and not Vivica A. Fox. I don't see that in Vivica A. Fox, funny enough. I don't. But I saw it in Eartha Kitt. Right? I saw it in Eartha Kitt. And now she did have a body count. I mean, with white dudes on top of that, ugh. Right? So I wonder what that is, because you think for someone, you saving women, right? You done saved B Simone practically, done gave her space on your channel at your home to record and give her her testimony, right? You're doing numbers on YouTube. You're not dependent on any man. Like you said, you moved into a nice place. I could see your view. She got a nice place wherever she live. Beautiful view out the window, right? You know, humble bragging about your little Beamer truck, and I manifested it. Oh God, yawn. And yet, with all of that, the light, Yenny, don't expect your subscribers to say this to you. They'll never say it to you. See, the difference between Z and what I have here and what you got over there, first of all, I actually talk to my subscribers. Secondly, half my subscribers are older than I am. Third, I have elders I listen to and I engage with. Fourth, I'm not so successful that nobody could tell me nothing. Right? Mr. C, this is exactly what I'm saying. And Mr. C says, Eartha Kitt did look like she was just barely drifting through life emotionally, right? And it could be that with Yeti. I mean, this is one of the themes of this channel, right? Everyone says I could do better by myself. Yeah, but what about when you're good though? And maybe that Yanny is running into the wall of being well financially, being seen enough for her ego, right? Like you're seen by your girls, right? How they say girls, they girls. I can't say it like them. Anyway, you're seen by your girls, right? You have a nice, healthy subscriber base. They eat your words, right? You get to dance on Kevin Samuel's grave pretty much unabated. Right? So you would think with someone who has some type of YouTube fame, making good money, have the things she wants, you were able to get this nice ass wherever you are condo apartment, from what we could see based off of Your YouTube success and whatever else you have, whatever BMW was bragging about, you didn't manifest it, Yanni. Stop it. Based off of whatever YouTube success you have and whatever else you're doing with your money, okay, cool. These are the markers that for success. These are the markers of success, right? And yet something's not right. Yanni, you done messed up. You let Z see it. Something's not right. I'll wait to see what that is. Don't expect your subscribers to say it, Yanni. They won't. Right? I think single mother and then mother and stepfather. Eric Dedman says, I would love to know if FD was raised by a single mom. I think single mom and then stepfather. I don't know if he gave any details on anything else, but they might still be together. They might not be. His biological brother might be. I don't know. I don't know. I know he has a younger brother. Well, I know he has a brother. I assume it's a younger brother, but I know he has a brother. Right? Yeah. And finally, we'll read this. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And thank you for the super chat, Els Active. And Els Active says Sabrina Carpenter said in her song she wants. Oh man, yeah, I do have to read this. I have to read this. She wants BBC. Now, black women defending black men talking about fetishization when most black men are cool with it, as per the comments. But here's another relationship model, black man. Look, as I said, we assume that men and women see these things the same. You know, I had a conversation with my dad years ago, over a decade ago. Maybe. No, it hasn't been 20 years, but it's been a while. It's been way over a decade ago. And he straight up said, listen, Z, when I pass, I don't care. I'm dead. Whatever y'all want to do with me, y'all do with me. Y'all want to cremate. Y'all want to, he said, save the money. Right? Save the money. I don't care for no elaborate funeral. Save the money. Y'all hear what we say in the black community all the time, especially pro-blacks? Bury the man, continue to plan. Right? There's like, I remember hearing something once about the rise of China, right? And how the rise of China won't just mean a powerful Chinese military. And the rise of China, which would usher in many respects the rise of East Asia, wouldn't necessarily just mean a powerful Chinese military and economy. What it will also mean is maybe the world's beauty standards change from European. Maybe some of the ways we philosophize and theorize about things won't have a predominant Western and European lens. Maybe we learn more about Confucius and other Eastern philosophers instead of over-indexing on Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, etc., right? It won't just be these very in-your-face, overt markers of Chinese arrival and, by extension, East Asian arrival. There will be other things that the rise of China in East Asia, by extension, bring about, right? Maybe instead of East Asians having double eyelid surgeries, better yet, maybe women in the West start having surgery to have their eyes look more almond shaped. I'm adding all of these extras right now, right? Because that will be a sign of beauty, is to look more East Asian or East Asian mix. I'm saying that to say, all of that to say, because we've over indexed on Black women in the Black community and what we feel and think they think and feel and what they may actually think and feel, particularly the professional managerial class, the petite bourgeoisie and bourgeoisie of the Black community, Black women of the Black community, their worldview, their ideas when it comes to protest, their ideas when it comes to anti-Blackness, the fact that we continue to have the conversation over and over and over again about desirability, about desirability, about desirability, about successful Black athletes ending up with non-Black women instead of ending up with what professional managerial class, a-hole chocolate dip white women that are Black women? Absolutely not. That call themselves pro-Black when they're not. Instead of us understanding that what that shared power would look like, because remember, FD, Signifier, and Ole both admitted that Black men don't get to talk for themselves. Then if Black men don't get to speak for themselves, because I agree with them, then who speaks for Black men in the Black community? I submit to you, LGBTQ Black men and Black women, and a handful of sanctioned Black men who have been sanctioned by other Black men that Black women have sanctioned, or by Black women. That's who gets to speak for Black men, by and large. So, I brought up China and East Asia to say we have over-indexed, once again, we have over-indexed on Black women and their sensibilities and refashioned the Black community and what we feel to actually what Black women feel to be what we feel. We sick boss? Huh? Don't quote me because I ain't say ish. Rest in peace, Easy E. Right? Huh. And so when I brought up Yanni and the fact that she's and this is a thing for Black women, like this is a real thing for Black women. That's why you hear them go on about it, particularly professional Black women or successful Black women. When we say successful, we're talking about financial success. They may suck at everything else. It's funny that these people say that all Black men got to offer of successful Black men is the money. If Black men are so horrible and all they got to do, all they have to offer is the money, then why are y'all so desirous to end up with these Black men? Oops. Why do y'all care who these Black men end up with when they end up with non-Black women? If they're loser Black, if they have nothing else to offer but the resources, they are horrible human beings. If every single Black man walking the earth worth $10 million or more is essentially a Diddy, right? Then why do y'all care that these Black men end up with Black women? Which, by the way, still those men still end up with Black women, but still, huh? And once again, Els Active, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, huh? Yanni is a perfect person to bring up in this conversation about FD Signifier and his think piece and the other links I have. Shout out to BGS in my description box. The other links I have in my description box. Because that's the logical conclusion of over-indexing on your daughters, dear Black America. That's the logical conclusion. A Black woman with resources, a Black woman who's doing pretty well, A black woman who keeps on telling us how well she's doing being single, how she's decentering men, how other black women need to decenter men, and you're watching it rip her to shreds inside. Oh, and I don't say that dancing on Yanni's misfortune right there. I don't appreciate how Yanni gets those resources half the times. Her celebrity gossip stuff, don't care about. Her beating up on black men, I do care about. Yanni is a prime example of what happens when you over index on your daughters, dear Black America. A black woman pretending to be okay being single. Attempting to buy her way into this one glaring hole in her life. Buy her way into being content. And we already know women can't do content. Barely could do happy. FD, if you want to know what it looked like, Yanni is your example of what it looked like. She's not professional managerial class. She's not petite bourgeoisie. She's an around the way sister that made it, at least for now. She is an around the way black woman who was entertaining enough to enough black women and who the algorithm didn't jump in the way of, that she has made something of herself through social media. And unfortunately, for the way she sees men, black men in particular, it's going to probably, and it's so far from what we can see, cost her a relationship. Now, could Yanni have a little boyfriend that she's hiding? Possibly. Likely? Eh. Huh? Huh. Yanni is the prime example, everyone. Ebony K. Williams is the prime example, everyone. Goddamn. Amanda Seals is the prime example, everyone. Woo! Huh? This is what happens when you over index on your daughters, and then you tell your daughters and your sons, well, why are you looking for that anyway? I mean, that's patriarchal. I mean, what are we supposed to tell women who get successful like this? But the one thing they're missing is the man piece. They're missing the husband piece. Huh? Dr. Chris Marsh is a prime example. Huh? Yeah. These women are doing things that are fulfilling to their life. Y'all get your minds out the gutter. They're moving, they're shaking, they're traveling, they're spending money, they're doing all the things that women writ large around the West, not just black women, would love to do. Day shopping, day partying, nice luxury car, nice condo, don't have a man in your ear telling you what you gonna do, what you gotta do, what you can't do. Expensive luxury exclusive this, expensive luxury exclusive that, right? All of it. And guess what? It's not good enough. It's not good enough. And Toya says, how would colorism work out for them? Oh, let's see. Ebony K. Williams, $1.7 million property by her goddamn self. Amanda Seals doing well in life, dating retired football players and whatnot, by her goddamn self, saying that she might be on the spectrum, and then we find out maybe she's not, maybe she is. That was a little confusing. Okay, fine. Next, oh yeah, and lamenting why the men that are on her level aren't checking for her because they would rather be with the woman that doesn't challenge them. Duh! The silence is on purpose, everyone. Real talk with Yanni, who we are watching do well, do her little shorts where she shows off, you know, what she's purchased or what she's been gifted. Watch her put on her makeup, watch her exaggerated facial expressions on her videos, be super sassy and snarky. I want, look, shout out to Better You and Kanye, not Kanye. Man, hey, you know, sometimes we think we the one. Sometimes we think we the one. We see the signs. We see the signs. We hear what she says. We listen. We're like, ooh, boy, we see. Ooh, yeah, I see what she did to her ex. Oof. Yeah, but I'm different. All right. I'm just saying. All right. Right. Yanni is a prime example. Ebony K. Williams is a prime example. Amanda Seals is a prime example. Dr. Chris Marsh is a prime example. There are a plethora of other examples. Claudia Jordan is a prime example. We have seen this. We have seen this. Some are better at hiding their loneliness than others. Some find ways to invest their energy into other things and to, you know, push away, tamp down, right? Whatever they feel, or whenever they feel those moments of solitude, those unwanted moments of solitude. Um, and then some find toxic, unhealthy. It's very interesting the way these people are using the term healthy relationships, by the way. I'm gonna get to that in a minute. Um, Unhealthy ways of challenging that energy into black men ain't ish talk and decenter men talk, right? Let's talk about this healthy word because we're watching this come up more and more. Dr. Chris Marsh has mentioned this, FD Signifier has mentioned this, and it's this very leftist way of speaking about, and FD concedes a little bit on this. Well, he's a black man. This very interesting way of speaking about healthy relationships. And this healthy relationship thing is it's a educational and economic and worldview way of when Edward Anderson speaks of the Romeo and Juliet laws that he thinks are going to be a thing one day. And for those of you who have never heard Ed speak about the Romeo and Juliet laws, Ed has this theory, and I don't necessarily disagree with him, that what women are really pushing for with kind of shaming older men from being with younger women is these Romeo and Juliet laws where you can't be more than, let's say, 5 or so years older than a woman, right? And it's probably less than that for these weirdo loser women. In this way, they keep the competition away, where you can't be a 45-year-old man with a 23-year-old woman, right? So it will no longer be like shaming tactics and little snarky, underhanded comments. It will be like by law that if you're 45, you can't date or marry a woman under the age of 40, right? If you're 50, you can't date a woman under the age of 45. What I'm saying is the way these people are speaking of healthy relationships is that your it's this gender dynamics and gender performance that the left approves of, and it's probably one where your wife is somewhere similarly educated to you. She is around the same income level as you, which how would this work for hypergamy? I don't know if they went that far with the math yet. Probably not. Um, she is somewhere in the ballpark of the same income level as you, wealth level as you, status as you. I don't know how we would judge that, but okay, fine. Yeah, else exactly, 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 exactly. Right, man. Right. So when you hear these people continue to say healthy relationship models, it's well, there's not this weird power, and the second they say power dynamic, you know what the issue is. Y'all don't like that Young Miami signed up for the relationship with Diddy, and it was very overt now, huh? You can't make her into a victim now, can you? Y'all don't like that there were older women signing up for relationships with R. Kelly after all of the allegations, huh? You can't make them into victims now, can you? Y'all don't like that y'all can't paint women, black women, into these perfect victims of these monster men, now can you? That those women are turned on, say it one more again, Z, turned on by the power dynamic. The fact that he has that much more power and that much more money than these women do can make her a victim of what she signed up for willingly, now can you? Messes with the narrative. Y'all hated watching Young Miami chase after Diddy so overtly, so in everybody's face. He said, "We're friends." She had a problem with that. Y'all hated watching that clip, watching Young Miami saying, "I know how to shut up." Uh oh. Huh? What happened? Huh? Can't make her into a perfect victim. That's why y'all are speaking about quote unquote healthy relationships without a lopsided power dynamic. Absolutely not. Watching these women and men fight for things that turn women off in the long run is fascinating, right? Watching middle aged and older women try to screw younger women over because they don't want to compete against younger women because most of them cannot, almost all of them cannot. It's fascinating. And y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. It's fascinating. Huh. So now we're speaking about healthy relationships and a healthy relationship. Shout out to Amanda Seals because Amanda Seals said it the way that it need to be said. Let me paraphrase that for her. It ain't right that the men on my level ain't checking. Huh. We need to do something about that, dear Black America, dear Black women, Black society, white racist America. Lion, why you trying to make sense? And Lion says, how the F are y'all fighting for a dynamic to be in a position that y'all ultimately don't want to be in? Stop trying to make it make sense. These are our scholars, right? Remember, these are I'm sounding like a goddamn pirate. These are right scholars and thinkers, right? These are our creatives. These are the people that are on the cutting edge of social dynamics in our society, in the Black community, right? In particular. So yeah, everything you're saying, Lion, everything Mr. Z is saying, the Black Manosphere is saying, we're archaic, right? Huh. Yeah. I brought up Young Miami, not to speak about what Diddy was doing to Cassie by that elevator, but to speak about Young Miami signing up for a relationship with Diddy and being very clear who was the one pursuing who, right? And Ed reminded me when he said that what he said the other day, yeah, after the Chris Brown and Rihanna thing, after all of the hoopla died down, yes, Rihanna was for getting back with Chris Brown. For those of us that remember that, huh? Well, the numbers show that it takes about four, five, six, seven, eight times before a woman leaves after abuse. Okay, I am not speaking about physical abuse. I am speaking about wealth and power and how women are attracted to wealth and power and how they will sign up for relationships with seemingly toxic men, overtly toxic men, not just to have access to the wealth and power, but to have access to the man with the wealth and power. How women will compete with each other for that man. So hearing leftists speak about quote unquote healthy relationships, knowing that what they mean is first, the disparity between power between you and your wife is not that great. Number two, that even if it is, guess what you do, men? You don't have the last say. Oh, so you have the wealth and the power, you just never exercise the power over your wife. I'll be damned. Huh? Dear Black women who think like this, just go eat vagina, bro. Go eat vagina. Go end up with those men that could pretend for 5 and 6 years, or at least 2 and 3 years while y'all are dating, and then come out the bag on your ass when y'all get married and you realize he was pretending the whole time, whether that man be white, black, or Latino or otherwise, doesn't matter, right? Shout out to all the women who think this is not a thing. This is a thing. You know how we know it's a thing, dear ladies? Even you, when you acquire the resources, you start telling us, what's the incentive? Oops. Hey, Yanni. And don't be kept woman of leisure. Ain't that right, Yanni? Not only did Yanni say that last year, what did she say about Vivica Fox this year, within this week? Wait a minute, just a day or two ago. What did she say? Yeah, Vivica A. Fox, and I'm paraphrasing, has this money. Why would she get married? Maybe she just needs a companion. Maybe that's what she's looking for. Just somebody to go shopping with and whatnot. And Yanni was talking out of her ass. You know, it don't even got to be sexual. Wait, what? You think a 60-year-old black woman ain't trying to have sex? That's all she want to do. She got money. She ain't stressing for money. Yeah, she want to go shopping. And if she's 60, have some 45-year-old black man blow her goddamn spine out. She just needs a companion, someone to go, have experiences with and go shopping. And you could tell Yanni don't know what the hell she's talking about, because Yanni is what, 30, 31-year-old black woman? Yanni, Vivica A. Fox is damn near 2 times your age. Vivica A. Fox was with 50 Cent. She dated other rich, famous men. In the 90s and the early 2000s, Vivica A. Fox was one of the most attractive women, I would argue, on planet Earth. To think that that woman just wants companionship and no sex, or it don't got to be about sex, it don't got to be sexual, right? It just speaks to, number one, your naivete, number two, your lack of experiences, number three, and when I say your lack of experiences, I'm not even saying compared to Z. I'm saying compared to Vivica A. Fox. Huh? The resource part is the interesting part. Hmm? That's the interesting part, because Yanni saying these things about Vivica A. Fox and her essentially protecting her resources by not necessarily getting married speaks to women understanding what men have been saying for decades. They just were pretending like they didn't get it. Y'all notice Mr. Z doesn't ever really do the women emotional creatures and they can't think and they can't. Mr. Z has never done that. No, what women's goal is and has been since the beginning of time is to get as much as humanly possible for as least as humanly possible. And in this quote unquote advanced society, and with this current education indoctrination education system, and this current media and social media apparatus, women, black women specifically, really think and feel and believe that they finally have the mechanisms and the tools and can put themselves in a position to get a particular lifestyle from a particular man, whether they meet his requirements or not. Because you, the man, is not a real human being. You have no wants and desires, and your wants and desires can be shamed. Your wants and desires are shallow, but not hers. Huh? And y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Passport OG says, glad you're back. Bro, yeah. Right? It was a nice not having to worry about work and the hustle and bustle, and yeah, that was much needed. That was much needed. Yeah. It's all coming to an end though, right? Huh. Mr. Shook to you says, I'm sure Buzz Lightyear has zapped that little man in the on the boat to infinity and beyond. Hysterical. I wouldn't be surprised if that man in the boat is not sore half the times. Because you got to be getting it off somehow, right? And if you're not engaging in same sex activity, right? And I believe her that she's not for that, at least not for now. Then either you're lying to your subscribers and you do have a friends with benefits, F buddy situation going on, or you have a boyfriend that you're keeping secret. Shout out to Paris Milan. Although she didn't have the boyfriend secret, it was the husband in the beginning. Or as we said, you just, buzzing that thing to death. And the ghost says, little man in the boat, like, give us free. Right? Well, I can't call you Toya right now because I think you might be telling the truth. So we're going to call you by your name right here, which is Trust. And Trust is somebody piping. Toy said, I ain't hearing none of that. Oh, man. Alexa, play T.I. Can't Be Your Man, please. Oh, man. Man. So I think that, and I guess I got to put the video from Real Talk with Yanni in the description box also, because FD Signifier's think piece, BGS's breakdown of the conversation among the women from the 1970s, BGS's breakdown years ago of the conversation amongst the black women from the 1970s, and Yanni's video, to me, show where we end up eventually. And what happens when you continue to over index on your daughters, Raise your boys to be sympathetic of your daughters, but not raise your daughters to care anything about what your son's plight are, or minimize your son's plight, or think of your sons and their plights the way Alvin from Waving the Red Flag speaks of it, which is, we'll get to you eventually. You're 200 on the list. Your plights are 200 on the list. And I'm pretty sure that once we fix all of the women's issues, then we would have inadvertently fixed your issues. And I want you to see, like, when Alvin said that, he said it with all the sass in the world, all the attitude in the world, very dismissive. This wasn't even like a throwaway comment or one of those, like, above board comments. No, this was a very, like, sassy, mean spirited, right, comment that he made. Like, y'all know I don't do the whole like a woman, like no. Alvin said that like a woman, though, like a black woman. Right? That's not even Z to say you're moving like a woman. No, no. But when he said it like stereotypical, reformed hood chick, um, educated hood chick, like snarky way. It might as well have been Chrissy who said it, right? We'll get to you eventually. 200 on the list, right? Your issues are 200 on the list. We'll get to you eventually. Simmer down. And what I'm saying is, you start off with the clips from BGS. You move your way to FD Signifier and his think piece. And then you look at Real Talk with Yanni speaking about Kevin Samuels and Vivica A. Fox. And there's a through line there. There is a through line there. Right? Huh. You end up like Vivica A. Fox. And you end up like Real Talk with Yanni. And eventually, black women end up like Eartha Kitt. Right? Successful in her own right, notable, but ultimately was putting on airs even in the final chapter of her life. Being egotistical even in the final chapters of her life. Compromise for who? For what? All right. Right? Even with that Grinch ass grin of Eartha Kitt, any of us that was around to see our grandmas and we were conscious enough, you know when they're lying, you know when they're in pain. You could see right past that grin of Eartha Kitt. She had to continue to put on. Final chapter of her life, she had to still continue to put on. She had to still be an actress. I argue as a person who does not know Yanni at all. From the outside looking in, something's missing there. Something's not right. And I say that is the ultimate outcome of going down the road that FD speaks of and going down the road that Real Talk with Yanni speaks of. Dear Real Talk with Yanni, if what you portray is correct, whatever you're practicing, and that rose, it's not enough. It's not enough. And you can't buy your way out of that. And just like you think you can use Kevin Samuels as a lesson to black men as you dance on his grave and urinate on it, the difference between the way Z is going to move and operate and the way you do is whatever misfortune befalls you, we will use as a cautionary tale. We don't have to make fun of you about it. I actually think it's kind of damn sad and sobering. And not sad the way you sit sad about Kevin, mocking him, but sad that someone can be so insufferable, so snarky, so rude, and so mean as a black woman who's not unattractive, or who's not unattractive. I said it the right way. And for you to put your vagina on the table and for one of your homeboys to say no, I'm just saying. Yes, Mr. Z saw that clip, Yanni. Yes, I did. Unless you were lying, but if you were telling the truth, have you ever considered looking in the mirror and wonder why a young, black, fertile woman who isn't hideous, who makes her own money and hopefully wouldn't be a financial burden on a black man? I'm assuming you were offering up the vagina because he was single on top of that. So let's say he was single on top of that. So you're single, he's single, you're not unattractive, and you're not going to be a financial burden. You have your own place in your own car, and you put the vagina on the table for your homeboy and he didn't take it. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. And Mr. Shook to you says, my granny was brutally mean to other women, but loved men, especially ones already married. Old age didn't stop her from, quote unquote, getting it in. That's why I find it funny when Yenny was like, it don't even got to be sexual. Like, there's this weird thing with some women, this is not an all women thing, with the way they speak about sex and like intimacy and like other women, right? Like, other women aren't sexual beings also. Older women aren't sexual beings also. The question isn't whether older women wouldn't have fun. Let's say, okay, fine, let's use a Vivica A. Fox. A Vivica A. Fox wouldn't have fun with she's 60, 47-year old, 45-year-old fit brother. It's whether a financially well off enough brother would entertain Vivica A. Fox. That is the question. Real talk with Yanni. We're not talking about a physically fit brother that's hard on his luck financially. Of course he would bite. We're speaking about a brother that could do without Vivica A. Fox's money. Whether he would bite, whether he would entertain Vivica A. Fox. See, Yenny is still young enough to not appreciate how that dynamic changes between men and women as we get older. You watch this with a lot of younger women. They struggle to appreciate older women's plight because older women lie to them and don't tell them how the game changes as they age. Because older women are trying to protect their own ego. So everybody's playing a game, lying to each other. Lying to themselves and lying to each other. Yeah, Mr. C says Mr. Seed says I call it church goofy, the way they approach sex. Bro, like human beings are sexual beings to a lesser or greater degree, depending on how much you value it or whatnot. But the way people speak about older folks want to get it into, y'all ever heard of some of these nursing homes and like um um what are the, like those places where you know the retirement centers and the retirement communities and how like STIs and STDs spread amongst them. By the way, mainly not black people, mainly older white folks. Because for them, what does it matter when I'm 79 years old, 83 years old, 85 years old? It doesn't matter anymore if I catch a disease. I raise kids and grandkids. My grandkids are in their 30s and 40s, right? My kids are in their 60s, right? Huh, exactly. And Lion says lots of older women are so wrapped up in their lies to themselves that they can't tell younger women anything except more lies. Isn't that sad and depressing? Isn't that sobering? Right? I gotta find the clip of the white woman, right? And she wasn't necessarily a conservative white woman neither. She wasn't a conservative white woman, like middle-aged white woman, right? That just straight up sit on a panel, like it was like a PBS type thing. And she just told the young lady, like, hey, as you get older, it's going to be harder and harder to find men to buy you your education, you know, but as you get older, it's going to be harder and harder to come up on men. The older you get, the more successful you get. I'm saying she was not at least from what I could tell, was not a conservative woman. So this is not some, you know, conservative get down on the man's program, and I'm not even saying there's anything wrong with that. That wasn't even her angle. And so you watch white women do this often. Yes, there's a counterbalance of that, of the white women who lie and blow smoke up other young white women's ass too. Yes, that's a thing. Right. But in the black community in particular, it's this, make sure you get all of your ducats in a row first, and then what? Price yourself out of the game because of what you're looking for in a man? And that's what ends up happening ultimately, right? Huh. Mr. Shukti, you're not even gonna read that out loud. Ah, that's hysterical. But I brought this up, you know, I think FD. I was gonna put down notes. As a matter of fact, I have a couple of notes down, and you know, it's interesting. I'm like, we pretty much are wrapping up our trip, and I see the FD think piece, and I'm like, annoying my. And oh, by the way, how did I not mention this earlier? I'm sorry, yo. I tried to get my girl to listen. Let's be very clear. Yes, Miss Z, we're gonna expose you today. I tried to get Miss Z to listen. Miss Z couldn't make it 15 minutes. She couldn't make it 50. She might have made it 15 minutes. She couldn't make it 20 minutes though. I tried. She was like, too much feminist stuff for me. I can't do it. FD, you don't want to see Ms. Z in jeopardy. Ms. Z is a pretty smart woman. She's a pretty knowledgeable woman. She couldn't make it 20 minutes, FD. Lion said, what exactly did she say? I said it. Too much feminist stuff in here for me. Once he got around the part where he mentioned RWS Connell, I think that's her name, right? Which, by the way, FD, you didn't mention that she was the one who came up with hegemonic masculinity, and she made sure to say that doesn't apply to black men, African men. Yeah, you didn't mention that. You mentioned her, but you didn't mention that part. I'm just saying, right? But yeah, right around that part, my girl was like, "Yeah, I can't do it." And remember, I didn't even have her watching it from the beginning. I didn't even have her watching it from the beginning. Right around there, she was like, I can't do it. Oh, right. Wow, wow, man. And Leon says, I like the video for what it was. It was for everyone. Or you mean it wasn't for everyone? He framed everything, right? And Leon says, give me a second, y'all. Give me 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second. Jeez, okay, this thing is doing its own thing. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, yo. Okay, there we go. All right, all right. Yeah. But yeah, so and Leon continued. Let's read that one again. I like the video for what it was. It was for everyone. I think you meant it wasn't for. He framed everything in feminist logic. He used racist white women too. Yes. Like, I ain't even gonna read it out loud, but essentially, I ain't gonna say it, but yeah. Yeah. That part. Right? So yeah. Yeah. And I was like, wow, babe. I'm like, he's making this for you. He's making this to explain to me how I should be even more sympathetic to you. Oh, and Leon says no, it was for everyone else. Okay. Okay, okay. Right. So no, she couldn't make it. So this FD think piece, to me, it doesn't really move the needle. Um, it's very interesting how he mentioned the online gender war and essentially, and towards the end, especially when he said, you know, he spoke about the algorithm and he spoke about how we feed into it, which I agree. I agree with both actually. Um, and in the beginning, he kind of made mention of like, well, if you don't know the difference between a passport bro and this and that, and he made these distinctions and essentially said like, if you have a life, FD, this is not just the internet and social media thing, bro. This is being played out in real life, per the marriage number, per the divorce statistics, right? Per the women deleting their fiance because he didn't buy them the type of gift that they thought they deserved for Valentine's Day. That's a real story. Per the women attempting to hit their ex-boyfriends or husbands or ex-husbands with cars on camera. That's real. This is being played out in real life. Per the women who literally delete their fiance on their wedding day, hours before the wedding, because they got an argument about breakfast. That's a real story. Right? This is not some just social media conversation. Is the conversation on social media a bit more exaggerated? Possibly. But this is being played out in real life. This is being played out in real life. So to minimize some of this, and black women feel a certain way. Yeah, you better believe black women feel a certain way. They feel a certain way. We already know black men feel a certain way because they're getting their passports. Goddamn. And marrying out and dating out. Oopsie. Black women feel a certain way. And instead of y'all just being, hey, this is the cost of matriarchy. Y'all want to run it? Y'all can run it. Really got Gynocracy. But y'all not going to call it that. So yeah, I watched the think piece. Like I said earlier, I have a couple of notes. I was gonna have a whole like borderline dissertation, right? I had bullet points, I had things I wanted, certain phrases and quotes that he used, certain things I wanted to push back on, and I might do that a little bit later, in a later stream. But after a while, I just was like, yawn, right? Oh, I saw the thumbnail for that, and I think you're speaking about the one I'm thinking about, right? And Mr. Shook to you says, or the little girl cursing out the police and threatening to delete them because her mom and ain't got caught stealing. I think you meant to say her and her mom ain't got caught stealing. Yeah, yeah. I saw the thumbnail for that because I read the title for it and I wasn't sure. Like I was like, wait, what? She trying to say her mom is innocent? Like, and it was a little girl, like you said, like maybe 6 or 7, maybe 8 years old. And yeah, yeah, I saw the thumbnail for that. I glanced at the title and I made note to go back and look at it, but I didn't. All right. And Leon says FD framing the conversation like we angry because he has a stay-at-home wife. Bruh, we are happy that you gained the ability for your wife to choose to stay home and you and be your partner. But it's crazy because like You're right about that, and that's exactly like we are happy for him for that. What we're saying is, bruh, you're being a hypocrite here. You're being a hypocrite here because you know, like a lot of men and women, black men and women, aspire to essentially live out what you and your wife are living out right now. Yeah, but we live 50-50. Nobody talking about that. And quite frankly, I'm gonna say this, it's gonna hurt. Nobody cares. We're speaking about what you're living right now. And yeah, we get, oh yeah, but you're gonna have to go through the. Black women said they ain't doing it though. That's the difference between black men and black women. These newfangles said they ain't doing it. That's what they call struggle love. That 50-50 thing you and your wife were doing before, or when she was the primary breadwinner, yeah, black these newfangles, particularly if you want to talk about the online gender war, the black women in this engaging in this said absolutely not. So let's start the clock now with how you're living now. I'm considering a panel later on, maybe tonight, right? If not tonight, maybe tomorrow. I could pull one off tomorrow, right? And Lion says panel today or later on tonight, right? So we're not jealous of it. We're happy for you and your wife and your sons. Not only that, but appreciate that for a lot of people, what you and your wife are living is somewhat the goal here, right? And you do black women, because you already pretty much admitted that you put the thumb on the scales for them, and so has everybody else. You do black women a disservice when you're not honest with them what the cost of a gynocratic order is going to look like for their life. At least Dr. Chris Marsh gets real close to the edge. Not even close to the edge. She tells black women to get comfortable being single, essentially. Go, invest your energy in causes and in hobbies and traveling and life and experiences outside of men, black men, let's call a thing, right? Because especially for us, solidly upper middle class and above black women, we pretty much priced ourselves out of the game. Look, Dr. Chris Marsh at least says it. You, FD, are playing this 1 foot in and 1 foot out. No, nuke black women's hope, because that's what y'all really bake it on, and tell them what it really is. And you continuously saying, essentially black men are not desirable and black women are not really desirable by white folks. You playing a very dangerous game with black women here. That's not actually true, and you know it, FD. All of the studies do not show that black men are not desirable. It said black women and Asian men. Even Asian men say that. You played a very dangerous game with black women here. Because clearly you put your thumb on the scales for black women. So let's call a thing a thing. You're playing a very dangerous game with black women here. You see how important it is for y'all not to say anything sobering or depressing to black women, no matter how truthful it is. Z, you gotta say it. Z, you have to say it. Let me be very clear, black women. Z, you gotta say it. Black men are more desirable than black women in America. God damn. And we all know it, including black women. Y'all just refuse to say it to them. They know it, but you gotta say it to make them accept it. Oh, but that's gonna cause a, wait for it, everyone, power dynamic that's not favorable to black women, and we can't do that now, can we? Oh, we can't tell black women the truth now, can we? That white women and Latina women and Asian women, ooh, Z, you about to go there, and Asian men and Latino men and white men all desire black men more than they desire black women. We can't say that part out loud now, can we? Huh. Black Uru. I ain't even gonna read it out loud. But I disagree. I don't think he has any inclination leaning in that direction. I just think he's a 10 toes down. I think FD thinks he's being practical. I think when you couple everything we've heard FD say, particularly that conversation on Bernard Riley's channel the second time, when Ed pressed him about the black community being a gynocracy, but they said matriarchy. I think FD thinks he's being practical. I think FD thinks that white racist society will never allow for black men to be the head of the black community and to have a quote unquote male led, even if it's not 10 toes down, 1-to-1, chocolate dipped version of white patriarchy. Any male led, male subsidized, male deferred black community, white racist society would not allow for that. And so the black community will de facto be a matriarchy, right? And so it is only right for us to defer to the girls and the women because number one, intersectionality, and number two, if we can just raise black women who have a, oh boy, a spirit of justice around them and a moral compass, then it is okay for the black community to be de facto led by black women. That does not mean that we will not have black male led families here and there, but it does mean that the general black community will be matriarchal. And that there isn't anything inherently wrong with that. And if black men play their part, then it really won't be matriarchal now, will it? It'll be egalitarian. Just because black women will be the educated class and the petite bourgeoisie class by and large, and the leadership class by and large, doesn't necessarily mean it's matriarchal if black men are okay with it. And if we can raise black men to be okay with it, then we can call it egalitarian, and then it'll be egalitarian. Yes, Black Uru, to answer your question, yes. And Black Uru says, so we should just be cowardly bees for everyone to use and disparage. Yes. Toilet tissue. Right? That's what they're saying. But are you toilet tissue if you don't realize you're toilet tissue? Right? Calvin says you're asking for too much. Man. Yeah, it does. And you find this with a lot of these type of brothers and a lot of these type of brothers actually. PK says his logic loop leads him to being a misogynist knowingly or unknowingly. Yeah, it does. right? Black Uru answers my question by saying, "You are if you're being wiped across someone else's soiled a hole. Are you toilet paper if you don't think you are?" But you know, yeah, no, I think FD thinks he's being practical, and I think for the other brothers, so listening to Foreign Man in a Foreign Land speak, but particularly Alvin speak with his like brand of like snarkiness and kind of and sassiness. I think for them it's more moral claim. It's about more. It's more about morality and like believing that black women are morally justified in the way they move and speak about black men because black men are so horrible. And if you hear them speak, you'll hear this angle from them. I think FD is different than that, and I think Diallo Kenyatta is. I don't think Diallo Kenyatta necessarily buys into that at all. I think Diallo Kenyatta understands how white patriarchy, how white capitalism, how consumerism, materialism, and all the other isms play on people writ large in America, black people specifically, including black women. So that's why I don't put Diallo in this conversation when I speak about these things, because I see him as different. I disagree with his framing still, but I don't see him coming from the angle of women almost inherently being morally correct, particularly black women being morally correct in their conversation about how we address our issues intraracially in the black community and then interracially concerning the black community and outside groups, right? FD, on the other hand, I think thinks he's being practical about black women are going to be the forefront because that's just the way the cookie is crumbling in America right now. And so black men need to stop fighting black women about it and just get in line. Yes, we're getting into Tiffany Cross territory. Get in line with black women. It's really behind, we know that. But get in line with black women to carve out a better situation for black people by and large. And then you can practice your little different relationship models that you're so desirous of. But are you sure that's what you want, and why do you want that? So we're going to continue along with that conversation. The brother I'm mentioning, Alvin from Waving the Red Flag, and Consciously, and Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, those brothers, notice what I'm doing here. I'm like going from like less bad to like horrendous. I look at those brothers as just all in out, 10 toes down, intersectional, black women are correct. The loopy, weirdo, feminist sister is 100% correct. Straight black men are a bane to the black community. We are the tierist of the black community. Black women are morally correct in just about everything they say, and they are willing to go to fisticuffs with us to protect these women from our words. Yeah, that's it. Um, yeah. So there is different gradations of hell here, right? Distinctions, we'll say. Maybe distinctions without a difference, but distinctions here, right? So yeah. And Black Uru says the natural trajectory of what FD wants is just a modern version of re-enslavement of black people, with black women carrying and nursing future slaves and black men doing the slave work. Yeah, yeah. For the brothers that can't escape this. And like I've said this, we watch any brothers that have any modicum of education, resources, and wherewithal, they end up with a decent black woman and get the hell away from her and his family, or they marry non-black. And yes, still a minor or minute group of people, but increasingly we see them getting passports and getting out of here. Black men with choices and options are not going to sign up for this, and FD knows that. When you that brother is not dumb. We disagree with him. I think what he's getting on with is whimsical, but he's not dumb. He knows that black men with choices and options are not signing up for no gynocratic order. Absolutely not. They're not signing up for a gynocratic order. Right? And FD knows that. Diallo Kenyatta knows that. I don't know about the other black men on the left, but y'all could call it pro-black. Black men are not signing up for. You could call it anti-black. It's not pro-black. It's not part of the community. It's black men with means and the wherewithal are not signing up for a gynocratic order. What does a black man that earns a significant amount of money look like marrying one of your daughters, whether she's educated or not? One of these mean, snarky, entitled, boss hog ass black women. Think about what you're asking a black man who bust his ass to earn 120 a year, 150 a year, $250,000 a year, be worth $5 million, $10 million. Doctors, attorneys, lawyers, right? Own his own home, own his own condo, nice luxury car, can travel when he wants. No children, physically fit, respected in his circle. What does he look like signing up for his female equivalent? That's an asshole. Absolutely not. And that's why she's single, oftentimes indefinitely, and he's not. Because one thing America didn't do, Black America didn't do, is raise your daughters not to be insufferable when they do accomplish. And this is a problem for real. And Black Uru says, FD's problem with this space is it is helping to liberate black males before, or even in some cases, after they've been enslaved. That's a big problem. And that's why, his think pieces, they do numbers. But that's why, at least for me, it's as if he's attempting to run ahead of us. And this is where, quite frankly, being on that NGO's watch list, male spaces, men's spaces, MTR being on that list, not Shized. What was the other brother that was on the list? Stephis Cole being on that list. This is why, even though they don't make extreme content, MTR doesn't make extreme content in the least bit. This is why them being on the list is important. It's because they don't make extreme content, as I said before, number one. But number two, it's because young men are tuning in. And when young men weigh, remember, the black community is largely raised by single mothers. When young men weigh, FD, and remember, young men after having experiences with young girls, right, with young women, when they weigh what we're saying over here, what an MTR is saying, to what an FD is saying, FD could do all the numbers he wants. It's real difficult to argue in FD's lane after after MTR plays a clip from Daily Wrap Up Crew where a woman is saying a man is his money, or protect, provide, and shut up. Right? It's real difficult to argue from FD's lane after these young men have had their experiences. When you live in an era where young women are saying cash at me $100 if you want to go on a date, like, I think he really, like, FD may not. This is the beauty of like these spaces. We're actually engaging with these young folks who are not, too far on one side of the ideological spectrum, right? So we're actually having these conversations and finding out what these young men are actually interacting with, what they're engaging with. What the 22-year-old dating scene actually looks like in Black America and in America writ large. So FD could do all that virtue signaling crap he wants, all these weirdo think pieces he wants. I actually challenge you, FD. You said you were considering, it would be so lucrative for you to just review Pop the Balloon. Watch it. Watch it. Watch Pop the Balloon and see how they treat the short brothers or the soft-spoken brothers. See how women speak about them. I promise. This is the thing. What the brothers say that might be misconstrued by you, that might be seen as disparaging towards the women, you will not be surprised about. It's not going to be nothing new. It ain't going to be nothing necessarily even mean-spirited. What the women have to say and how the women treat the men, oh, you got to love it. Right? I still recall the soft-spoken brother that was there, the artsy brother, and that light-skinned young Black woman, just overt. She was being an ass on purpose. Just the snarky laugh, the I'ma laugh to hurt your feelings laugh. And we all been around that person that their laugh isn't genuine. Their laugh is, I'm trying to rip you apart laugh. The joke ain't even that funny. It's the I'm trying to get under your skin, pun intended, Black man. I'm trying to get under your skin laugh. The are your feelings hurt? Laugh. The I'm gonna ask you if your feelings hurt because I'm trying to hurt your feelings laugh. Yeah, watch Pop the Balloon and review it. I challenge you to do it. Yeah, do it, FD. And L's Active says he's just a scared man. I think he is now, though. But why I'm saying FD is scared may not be the same reason you're saying FD is scared. I think FD painted himself into a corner. I think he has different channels, and that was smart. He was smart to diversify his channels, right? He have different channels that kind of go in slightly different lanes. Smart of him. But I think he painted himself into a corner with the content now, right? And like being the quote unquote king of Black bread tube. I didn't say queen, I said king. Or not black bread, yeah, well, cornbread tube, Black bread tube. And like the thing with being a content creator, y'all, and this is the beauty of me having streams of income outside of my 9-to-5s, but streams of income outside of YouTube, and the fact that I don't make crazy money off of YouTube, so I can't live off of y'all super chat. Shout out to y'all. Keep the super chats coming. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Is that because I'm not dependent on whatever I get off of YouTube, because I'm not dependent on it, I'm not dependent on it, if y'all get what I'm saying. And so I can still stand to disagree with y'all. I can still stand for my subscriber base to take a hit. I can still stand for y'all. Okay, if you know it happens, I do streams. It might be a stream even this long, and you know nobody contributes, and that's okay. It's not the end of the world. For FD, that's not the case, and I think for Yanny, for FD Signifier, for a lot of these folks who this is now their career. It that's scary. Because borderline, you are an entertainer now. You could do the whole edutainment thing like David Banner, right? You could do the whole um social media gossip thing. Shout out to Real Talk with Yanny, but ah, that's a hard road to go. That's difficult. Rising and falling off of social media content. Not that it's a good 10% of your yearly income, 15, 20%, 25%. No, you live off of YouTube. Oh man. Right? That's difficult. Right? So yeah, I do see FD as maybe being a bit scared, but it's not necessarily maybe for the reason you say. Right? Yeah, that And PK says, "Well, we are grifting after all. By the way, I haven't ever received any money for anything I've ever contributed, not one cent. Yet somehow, he lives the grift. He levies the grift charge. Like name names at that point. Yeah, Leon. Leon says." We are not impressed when FD says nigga. Bruh, FD is locked in a box. Ole, and his wife gave him permission to talk about and frame divesting black women. Yeah. Man. You know, I mean, look, I think engaging with these intellectuals, so years and years and years and years and years ago, when Grapevine was still a thing, when the Grapevine was a thing, I know for those of you who are like, God damn, Z, you reference this thing all the time and we can't even watch it. You're right, they deleted like everything off of their channel. When Grapevine was still a thing, I put my younger sister on, and my younger sister, I think she watched all of like 3 episodes, and she was, I can't do it, Z, I can't do it. And y'all notice something? I'll be torturing the women in my life with this. I used to, you know, on my days off, I would, you know, if my mom had to be run to the hospital, or if she had errands to run, I would run her around, and I would be listening to it in the car, and she was like, Z, I can't do it. I'll be torturing the women in my life with this. And my younger sister couldn't watch it. And I'm bringing up the Grapevine to say, she asked me one time, why do you watch the Grapevine? And I said, because these are the movers and shakers behind the scenes. And come to find out, for those of us who saw Mouse on Listen to Black Women, and for those of us that remember that, what was the name of the other brother? He interviewed Ashley Acuna and them after Sharon said what she said about Bruno Mars on 106. Well, she said what she said about Bruno Mars on the Grapevine, and then it went viral and blew up. And essentially, for those of you that don't know, um, Soren, who was one of the, she has her own channel, but she was one of the contributing members to the Grapevine, essentially called Bruno Mars a culture vulture, and she couldn't stand Bruno Mars because of it. And that clip went viral um, on these internet streets. And one of the brothers who was also a contributing member to the Grapevine um, apparently worked at 106 in Park in the background, and they allowed for him to interview um, Ashley Akuno, which was the host of the Grapevine, and a couple of others um, on 106 in Park. I mean, not 106 in Park. I keep on saying sorry. On Hot 97. I keep on saying 106 in Park. I'm in Hot 97. Hot 97, everyone. Hot 97. So that confirmed for me what I thought before, which is these people are movers and shakers in the background, right? So they may not be the Congress member, but they may be one of the Congress member's aides that has his ear, right? They may not be the senator, but they're one of the senator's aides that has her ear. Right? So because I knew that, and I knew that before it even really got exposed, I had a sense of it, I guess better yet is how I should frame it, before it ever got exposed. And so when we start to find out that some of them worked for news organizations and news stations, and some of them worked for magazines, and these are like behind the scenes creatives, that's why I watched it. Now obviously Mr. Z didn't have a channel back then and whatnot, but that's why I watched it. And even then I flirted with starting my own channel so that I could critique the Grapevine. And I'm glad that I didn't, because I don't think that I was ready enough. I probably would have showed my face. I don't think I was ready to critique them the way I critique the FDs now, and the Khadijas now, and the T Noors now, right? But now that we're here, the reason why I do watch and critique FD Signifier and Khadijah and Real Talk with Yanni and Chrissy and across the spectrum of these content creators is, once again, not only these people, I don't know how much they're movers and shakers behind the background, but understand that they do have certain influential people watching them. Number one. Number two, understand they have the minds of the youth, right? Real Talk with Yanni having what, 300 some odd thousand subscribers? That's nothing to sneeze at. Her getting tens of thousands of views per video, that's nothing to sneeze at. It's not millions, right? But it's enough, right? Her getting tens of thousands of views, watching her critique or watching her speak on Vivica A. Fox and Kevin Samuels, and that video having some 25-ish thousand views, that's nothing to sneeze at, right? Particularly considering this is almost exclusively Black young women, and when you consider the Black community is some 40 million plus Black people, and we under a certain age it's only a couple million, right? That's why I watch these people. That's why I critique them. And that's why I tell you guys about them. Yeah, Saint Cyr, back office people, if you will. Yes. Right? Where they may not be the main person, but they have the ear of the main person. They work with the main person. And they can influence that main person.
That's how I used to think of the characters on the Grapevine. But now that we are here, I look at Chrissy and I look at Yanni. I mean, Chrissy herself played a collage of women on TikTok, darker skinned black women, who spoke about Chrissy and how Chrissy helped them to navigate their skin color and the issues with their skin color. And as heartfelt as some of that was, yeah, but what about all of that anti-black male stuff that she spews on her channel? Uh-oh. What about that part? That's why I say on my channel, these people are your bank tellers and they are your nurses and they are the women that you see at the return line at Walmart and Target and they are your defense attorneys, right? Because they are. They are across the spectrum. We saw this with the therapists, right? Somebody, someone at Fox Soul knew who Cynthia G was enough to invite her on. Someone knew who Lexus Exodus, someone found out who Lexus Exodus was, if they didn't know already, to interview her about what she was saying about Beyonce's mother, about Tina Knowles, right? Someone knew enough about Paris Milan to interview her at the Rolling Stone or for the Rolling Stone. That's why I say these people are dangerous. That's why when they use neo-Nazi language, I call it neo-Nazi language. That's why, for those of you who didn't know who Bowser was, I put Bowser front and center in front of everyone. Because I understood, and even though I had it wrong before when I kept on saying, she was a Harvard dropout, I was wrong about that. For those of you, if y'all don't know, she did graduate from Harvard, right? But I still saw her as dangerous as a person who had attended Harvard and who still had connections to other influential white folks who attended Harvard. I understood how a Bowser, knowing the host of the Financial Diet, who's a white woman, right? I understood how Bowser knowing her was dangerous to black men, right? This is why I critique these people. This is why I bring them to us. And shout out to those of us who said, oh yeah, I saw my homeboy's girlfriend listening to Yanni. That might be an issue, right? That might be an issue. This is why I bring these people up. So that when you catch your daughters or your nieces listening to them, you know that there might be a there. Right? There might be a there. Leon says, having Cynthia G, Umar Johnson in the same video is crazy and shows the lack of respect. They do not, because black men already said it, right? Black men have no rights. Black women are bound to respect. Black men have no position. Black women are bound to respect. Black men have no wealth, no status that black women are bound to respect. Right? Dred Scott decision, I just remixed that. And everyone knows it. That's why I put the clip of that BGS reviewed a couple days ago. Right? If the white woman called it matriarchy 50 plus years ago, she knew what that was. She knew what that would lead to. That was 50 plus years ago. She knew what it would lead to. A white racist society where we continue to over index on doing for women, and black women get to get a couple of crumbs from that. So forget what Professor Odie is talking about. Black women get to get a couple of crumbs from that. What does that then do to the power dynamic in the black community? What does that then do to the gender dynamic in the black community? When white racist society and black women and some black men put the thumb on the scales for the girls, what does that do? Huh? And Leon says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Leon says, Ish, if a man makes 60K to 80K with a clean home, washes the gooch, and has a vehicle and is articulate and look like me, these ladies get mad. I'm saying, and by the way, I agree. I'm saying that black women feel that, but they refuse to accept it and what it means for their life. What I mean by that is black women feel that the world is, black women suffer from the world invisibilizing them. Invisibilize is not a word, Z. Whether it is or it isn't, y'all know what Mr. Z means. They feel what it means that the world finds black men to be more desirable. Black women feel that. They feel what that means. That's why I said what I said earlier. I said it the way I meant it. White men, Latino men, Asian men, white women, Latina women, Asian women desire black men more, and we all know it. Black women feel that. They refuse to accept it and then move accordingly. Right? They think that a bucket load of shame and hoping that your mama raised you, that is black women or nothing, should do the trick. Instead of, I don't know, competing for black men. Right? Not just sitting there and looking cute, or trying to look cute sometimes. Right? Black women feel that. They just refuse to accept it and then move accordingly. That's true. And Indigo says there are trade-offs though, Z. Black men pay a price for being more visible. We do. And black women don't want to pay that price. Black women want to be more visible, but they don't want to pay the price. And Leon, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Black women don't want to pay that price, but they want the visibility. That's where say her name comes from. That's where she rose comes from. That's where weaponizing intersectionality comes from. Right? And Vegas says, Yo Mama Black doesn't work on Gen Z and beyond. It barely worked on millennials. It definitely doesn't work on young millennials. So Gen Z and after, yeah, I agree with you on that one. Right? Black women feel that. They know what that is. They understand black women are our sisters, our mothers, our aunts, our grandmothers, our girl cousins, our friends and associates, our lovers. They know and they see what it is to be a black man. They don't know it by experience. They know. Black women know. Let me be very clear to y'all. We already know it. Mr. Z just got to be the a-hole that says it overtly. Black women know and they don't want to trade. They know. They're jealous of the invisibility. That's why they mock you about being pretty. That's why they mock you about your swag. All these other things that black men have that other men imitate. Your style, your walk, your masculinity, your rhythm. Mr. Z don't got no rhythm though. Your rhythm. Right? As much as some black female and male scholars want to make everything black men do and who black men are problematic, black men are the ones who are showing the world, particularly America, that you can be a heterosexual black man and not be gang banging on breakfast. Shout out to Cat Williams. That's black men. Right? Anybody want to say Tupac? Right? Huh. Oh no, it's horrendous. It's not even it's bad. And Indigo says, I can tell by the way you talk, your compa is fugazi, Z. Still love you though, so it's bad. It it's horrendous. Right? And Black Uru says the most desirable lesbian is a dude who looks and acts like Lil Wayne. Right? And that's why, like, y'all notice, and I know it makes some of you uncomfortable, how I don't want to actually want to use that pun because that might be too much. How I just use these like terms and I speak about LGBTQ stuff so flippantly, and it's nothing. I don't pause. I give caution now, but you know, like it's nothing because I know what it is really. We all do. If you remove the big black obelisk, we don't even got to mention the African brothers yet. We're not even mentioning the continent yet. If you remove the big black obelisk from the West, what will these women do? What will these LGBTQ non-black men do? Huh? It's crazy living in these kind of these areas where you see this weird dynamic where particularly white men, we're going to call a thing, and the black men that they choose. And it's black men on both sides of that more feminine presenting spectrum and the more masculine presenting spectrum. They want both. Right? They want the brother out here sashaying and they want the buck. It's infinite shame. And Jake says, you can't composite, shame on you. Infinite shame. Right? It's not my parents. My dad tried. He tried. He tried. My mom tried. She tried. They tried, y'all. They tried. I just couldn't get it. It's bad. Right? So black women feel that. They see that, they feel that. But for the most part, their egos just can't let them. They just can't let them do what they need to do to secure the bag. To secure the bag, to secure the man, their egos just can't let them do it. So they'll badger, they'll tell you how they're gonna go date out and marry out. They'll tell you how decenter man, or they have other choices. They're gonna double and triple down on their friendships with other black women. That eventually might end up being more than just a friendship. Ain't that right, B. Taylor? Huh? Instead of admitting, and maybe that is an issue that we have in America writ large. It's not specifically a black women issue. When we have limited choices and options, we have a problem just admitting, look, man, my choices are limited. Let me do the best with what I can do. Maybe we have a problem. Maybe our ego, especially living in this America with hyper consumerism, hyper materialism, where you walk down the cereal aisle, and even though it might be 3 different parent companies, at most, maybe 4, but it's like a zillion different types of cereal. Maybe we're used to that world, and we refuse to admit that it's just 3 different parent companies. And when you couple that with intimacy and relationships in America writ large, then black relationships, the brothers with limited options don't want to admit, I gotta be with the big sister with the chest tattoo and 3 kids from 2 different dudes, because this is the best I can do. And so they talk about how great she is. Or they don't talk about how great she is. They just end up with her and hope for the best. But definitely for the black women, they lied to themselves, and other black women lied to them too. That you are insufferable before we even get to your looks. You are insufferable. I don't even have to speak. I notice I don't really speak about the sisters in the hood with 2 and 3 different kids from 2 and 3 different dudes. Why? The better yet, the professional, managerial, and petite bourgeoisie class of black women, to me, don't get critiqued enough. They're the ones who are truly rubbing elbows with white society and maybe rubbing something else. They're the ones who help to collude against the black community writ large. Black men specifically. So I'll let other brothers deal with the hood sisters, the ones that the man on the street interviews say, I'd rather be with the perked out drug head, whatever the hell, whatever, instead of the 9 to 5. Right? I watch those clips too. I've seen them. We all got that girl cousin or that auntie or maybe even that female sibling who made that choice. We know. And yes, those people are super dangerous. And yes, their sons end up being the Pookies. Yes, absolutely. That's a problem. You are damn right. It is a problem. But the problem to me that I see that doesn't often go critiqued or not critiqued enough are the Bowsers. You want to be big boss? Fine. The Bowsers. Huh? Because her and her minions went to Ivy and near Ivy League schools, the almost Ivies, and some of them do get married, and they rub elbows with white and black and Latino and Asian and other people who are influential and powerful behind the scenes and sometimes in your face. And all of their, I want to talk about healthy, unhealthy ideas about black men get spread around in those spaces. Right? Imagine a Simone Sanders that we don't know about. And instead of us hearing her say, who asks black men for their unwarranted opinions to our faces, imagine her saying that behind the scenes, but in front of a whole lot of white and Latino folks on CNN, on MSNBC. Huh? Stop telling us about some Russian bots, or stop telling us about MTR or whoever manipulating the minds of young black men. No, young black men are watching black women on television. They watch Tiffany Cross tell them to get in line with behind black women. They watch Simone Sanders say, no one asks black men for their unsolicited opinion. They watch that. They watch Ebony K. Williams call them mediocre. They watch that. Huh? We don't have to do anything. They come over here. Huh? Leon says, it's crazy listening to them when their own women created this environment for their own women. Yeah. And Jake says, ADOS/FBA men are more egalitarian than everyone else. Oh, better yet, anyone else. Where are y'all going? What's interesting is how much the left doesn't want to admit that women will torch all of that individual women will torch all of their feminist ideals and quote unquote egalitarian ideals for a lifestyle. White women will do it, black women will do it, Latina women will do it, Asian women will do it. Not all. Some of them are true believers, a handful, but for the most part, yeah. If you really show a woman a good looking enough man, right? Good looking enough with resources out the ass, and he isn't like insanely backhand level abusive, yeah, no, she going. She'll take some of that toxicity for the lifestyle. She'll take it. Depending, she'll take a lot of that toxicity for the lifestyle. The left knows that. They just don't want to accept it. The left knows it. If you look at that clip, and as a matter of fact, not even that clip. If you recall the interview that feminists had, that BGS covered, and I covered it a couple months ago. Did she speak at the G20 or did she speak at the United Nations? I can't remember. It was one of those organizations she spoke to or on. But anyways, and she was speaking on how it feels like the advancements of women are tenuous. And depending on the society you're in, they're either progressing nicely or they're being rolled back. And like when women bump up against men being tired of whatever they feel they're tired of, they start rolling back those quote unquote advances. And A lot of the left does truly feel like that, right? And so they know that for a lot of women, this rah rah rah, I am woman, hear me roar thing, it sounds nice, but they know women don't really mean it. They know individual women, I would argue in majority, don't really mean it. If you present her with a kind enough man with resources that's good looking enough, yeah, she's falling. She's going. Okay. And Black Uru offers some pushback and says the left knows and accepts it, but they cover it up to keep. Excuse me. Let's read that again. The left knows and accepts it, but they cover it up to keep the money, power, and status grifting going. I can't disagree. I can't disagree. Right? I can't disagree. Oh yeah, definitely. And Jake says most white women on the left do it too. Absolutely. Right? Huh. Here's the thing. White women have the space to play that game way nicer than black women do. Right? Fundamentally, white women don't, excuse me, say white women, Freudian slip. Black women don't appreciate how much rigging the game in their favor screws them over in the long run when it comes to their own hypergamy. Then they throw a temper tantrum. Your mothers, your foremothers, rig the game in your favor. They help to rig the game in your favor. Now you do have the degrees. And some of you do have the status and the position. Some of you have the resources. Now what? This is when it gets interesting. Now what? And Mr. Shook to you says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Why isn't a good idea to your show your face again? Why wasn't it? Why? Excuse me. Why isn't it a good idea to show your face again? Not for me so much as my lady and you know a couple of my friends and um my sisters, right? I don't want anybody running up on them um crazily, you know, especially if you're not there. But like, oh, isn't Z your boyfriend, or isn't Z your brother, or isn't Z your friend? You endorse what he says, right? Or someone, it could just be words, it could be more than words, right? Like, y'all see how Z is. I've been watching these people for forever. I never ran up on anybody, right? Nor would I. Um, but we have some sick people out there. We have some sick ass people out there. Y'all have seen. Y'all remember what's the name of the brother that was on the Cosby Show? And they saw him at the store. Either he was a cashier or he was bagging. And like, y'all remember, those were women. Those were black women. If I recall correctly, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Those were black women that were recording him, and they weren't saying it to say like, "Ooh, look at who we found here." They were trying to mock him. If I recall correctly, they were trying to mock him. Like, I want y'all to understand, like, that's why I don't show my face. It's for that. But as a brother that didn't do nothing to no one, didn't do anything to anyone, you know, was part of a hit show, was getting his residuals, you know, tried acting still, had little parts here and there, little roles here and there, but life is life. And for him to be mocked by these people, and he doesn't even put out the type of content I put out, then you imagine A Z? Yeah, that's why. We have some sick ass people. If you look at Yanni and you tell me Yanni doesn't, there's no way that Yanni has at least one or two subscribers who may actually live down here in South Florida, who, if Z showed his face, wouldn't be off their rocker enough. Now, if you run up on me, that's a whole different question. I don't suggest it, but wouldn't run up on my lady or right, Chrissy, right? So yeah, okay. And his name was Jeffrey Owens. Thank you, Indigo. That's the brother from the Cosby Show that I was speaking on. Jeffrey Owens. Hmm. Big Game says he knew Bronze would choose Derek over him 10 out of 10. He had to wait until he took a hit. Look, Derek Jackson just played the game. FD, do you want to admit that the Black Manosphere was right about Derek Jackson? Because even your framing of Derek Jackson was off. Right? And Mr. Shukti, once again, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Even your framing of Derek Jackson was off. Not Mr. Shukti, I'm sorry. Even your framing of Derek Jackson was off, FD Signifier. Derek Jackson, and especially you said he was raised by a single mom, he knew how to play the game. He knew how to placate black women. Say it again with me now. Placate. It's a pimp named Slickback. Gotta say the whole thing. Placate. He placated black women by insulting and punching down on black men and using that to seem as a tool of black women empowerment, black women wisdom, looking out for black women, being black women's older brother, big brother. Right? You were right. And you didn't have to say once when I saw the direction you were going in, I knew you were going to say it. To me, Derek Jackson was advertising him. He was advertising him. He knew how to play the game. He knew how desperate and thirsty black women are and how much they're desirous of black men ain't ish disguised as wisdom and knowledge and knowing the game of black men. Derek Jackson didn't expose, and I hate it when he said this. Derek Jackson didn't expose black women to anything black women didn't already know if these brothers are playing that type of game. And he was exposing black men's secrets. What secrets? What secrets? Are there the question now is what secrets are there in the dating game anymore? What secrets? Half the reason your young people are so goddamn jaded is because there are no secrets. There's nothing up for the imagination anymore. Everything is blown out. Everything is out there. Exactly. And Leon says, it's kind of weird. FD's framing of the church is way off. Women run the church. FD knows that. Well, the congregation is mainly women. So what? Because women elect for a male pastor that they cheat with, right? elect to have a male pastor, because that was his argument, wasn't it? The congregation is full of women and their children and their sons who are only going until he's old enough to tell mom to F off. Huh. The church is ran by it. Once again, the church, I think, is a perfect allegory for how y'all speak about the black community writ large. Huh. Anyway, um, we're going to continue to see this. FD's going to continue to put out think piece. Well, maybe not. I don't really know where you go after the gender wars think piece. To be honest with you, with this down this lane, better yet, huh? And y'all gives you 1 second. Actually, y'all gives you 1 second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. But yeah, so Derek Jackson was playing a very dangerous game to me. Also, he was preying on black women's desperation, and we watched this over and over again. We watched this over. It's interesting listening to these people speak of Kevin Samuels preying on black women's desperation without speaking about Chrissy, without speaking about Yanny, without speaking about Bowser sometimes, without speaking about any of these people. Cynthia G, without speaking about Derek Jackson. We knew who Derek Jackson was. We knew he was full of crap. FD, do you wanna accept that we said it? Huh? We said it and we were right. Exactly. And PK says, we are too dumb after all. He needs to civilize us savages. And I think that's what the left, and it's really racist and really misandrist. The left really thinks that's what they're doing, though. I mean, like, we're joking, but, like, no, it's dead ass serious. The black left really thinks that's what they're doing. Meanwhile, they enjoy using the slang that comes from all of these quote unquote savages. And when these suburban girls that grow up in these particular environments want to imitate somebody that sticks up for themselves, then they imitate the sister from the hood that's quote unquote savage. It's very interesting how this thing goes, where you have essentially black people who are doing their best rendition of white folks while trying to speak up for black folks. Say what? Right? Huh. Who also see the masses of black people as unwashed masses, particularly those of us, well, that sound like Z. And I recall, and Mr. Shook to you says you see the type of women lining up at Derek Jackson events. All linebackers is an understatement. And I recall listening to Obsidian speak about Ace Metaphor and the women lining up to go see him and the other brothers, and and like every once in a while when they pan out to the panel, or sorry, when they pan out to the audience, there we go. Um, you see what that is. For the most part, you see what that is. And dear black women, it may be cathartic going to these panels and having Keto Rose articulate your anger and rage at the man that you find attractive not bowing down to you, ooh, goddamn, or your ex-boyfriend or husband not kissing your ass appropriately, goddamn, and paying your way through life while exercising none of the power that comes from that over you. It may feel cathartic having Keto Rose be a sassy a-hole up there on stage for your entertainment, and it may feel cathartic watching Ace Metaphor or one of these other brothers articulate your rage to other black men. The question is, the second you get up, the second you leave that forum, that hall, that meeting space where you watch this, right? You get in the car and you drive back home, whether you have children or not. How does this change your life appreciably? One iota. You were cheering on watching Keto Rose speak crazy to Six, right? To Six the Goddess. You cheered on watching Six get up and leave. Because, yeah, this skinny. Okay, all right, all right, all right. And this changes your life appreciably in which way? Hmm. And there you go. And Leon says, I have I have real female friends, almost family friends that I grow up with, or dated, my bros who went to Derek Jackson conference. The lady said he doesn't wear underwear with those gray sweats. Yep. Yeah. And you know, watching his wife, and I did watch a bit of the interview she had, um, and I have, seen, the clips of her, um,
Yeah. I Now that is traumatic. You took someone who was already a religious zealot and you cheated on her, and she would watch to see what the other chick was doing that got you. Derek Jackson broke his wife. Not this little fake stuff that all these other women claim is happening to them. That's not happening to them. Fragile asses. Derek Jackson actually broke his wife, though. Huh. And we watch as Derek Jackson breaks his wife. Women know he cheated on his wife. They realize now that he was selling the soap that he doesn't actually believe in. And they still watch him. Why? Because they were always watching him. Well, for him. Drake, anyone? Goddamn, Z. He doesn't write his own raps. We still gotta listen though. Here's not only just ghostwriters saying it. Here's reference tracks. We're gonna still listen though. He's not actually pro black woman like he keeps on talking about. Got a woman pregnant. We don't believe you. She's a white woman. We don't believe you. Oh crap! Here's the mixed kid. Goddamn. Well, actually, what is she? What is he like a quadroon, octoroon, quadroon? Yeah. Once again, people want to hear and listen to what they want to hear and listen to. This is the one thing that FD is actually 100% correct on. Huh. Leon says, broke his wife. I never broke a woman to that level in my life. No, that is. And I do hope the best for that lady. Like whoever her network is, y'all really got to be around her because that was public. Yeah, man. Like, yeah. Yeah. If y'all want to talk about narcissist, if you want to talk about liars, if you want to talk about a scammer, if you want, there you go. But I want everyone to remember we called it out here first. Yeah, he liked black women, but he wasn't a feminist. And your point is, FD, most men aren't feminists because most women aren't feminists. God damn, Z. Most men aren't feminists because we know, well, it's about expanding your options. No, we're just trying to say that women should be able to do it however they want to do it. However they want to do it is patriarchy by feminist specifications. Stop acting dumb. Y'all are being obtuse now. Not now, y'all been obtuse. Indigo says Shorty was a weirdo. I mean, imagine, I think she's okay looking, right? She's straight. I would date her based off her look, right? So average looking sister, right? She alright. You meet Derek Jackson, y'all date, y'all whatever. You're helping him with his work, etc., etc. This is a fit brother.
um dark, handsome, chisel chin. So you got the Tyrone, right? Maybe you expect a little cheating throughout your marriage. Maybe you expect, you know it's gonna happen. You know it's gonna happen, right? You know, come on. But serial cheating, then get caught. You see him. He never shows you on camera. Y'all not gonna see my girl on camera, but y'all have heard my girl speak, right? Y'all have heard my girl speak. You watch him be a hypocrite and speak to these women about things you know he's engaging in. But fine, the money's rolling in. All right, fine. He gets caught cheating so publicly that he has to drag you on camera with your bonnet on, holding your hand like a goddamn hostage, like you forgave him. It's just, it goes from worse to worse. And now you're divorced with what, 2, 3 kids from this dude? Who's gonna follow after Derek Jackson? First of all, who can follow after Derek Jackson? And then who's going to follow after Derek Jackson? He broke that lady. I am an advocate. I've said this to y'all. Shout out to the brother Obsidian. It looks like he's with it too. Who you walked in the door with, that's who you with. If Mr. Z wins the lottery today, it's Miss Z. Ain't no breaking up with her and going to find some other chick. Who? Ooh, I could do better now. Ooh, I know it. No, nope, absolutely not. Nope, nope, nope. Right. And if you're gonna do what you do on the side, then you do what you do on the side. And if it shout out to the dream, you get caught, you got to go spend money on a makeup bag. Pun intended. That has 2 meanings, by the way. Then you do that. Maybe you got to pull a Kobe and go buy a whole automatic Lamborghini, right? But you don't divorce unless she's the one who really wants a divorce. But because everything after this is fake. I'm not saying the marriage was real, but I'm saying everything after this is fake. Some of us are okay with that. I'm just saying, but right, man, huh? Jake says, "Stop cheating on me." The Beyonce story on Lifetime, right? And Black Uru says, "Remember, straight black men were never supposed to be scholastically competitive in this country to begin with. They are insulted by the caliber of information in the black manosphere." That part too. That part too. That's actually a really good point. That's actually a really good point, Black Guru. I could imagine, and you mentioned this too, Black Guru, and it was true, and I think we kind of played off of each other with this when we were speaking to Obsidian. Yeah, no, it was brothers like Obsidian. God forbid if Obsidian was younger. If Obsidian was Bowser's age, oh, that would have chapped her ass even more. You know, not only did Obsidian not attend Ivy League, he didn't go to college at all, and he's blue collar. Oh, his background is blue collar work. Oh, make it worse. Brothers like Obsidian, brothers like Z, we're just not supposed to be able to challenge these people, particularly the women, on anything academic. Absolutely not. Once again, protect, provide, and shut up. We are not supposed to challenge them on any of this. And if we do attempt to, we're supposed to be mushmouth. We're not supposed to know 3 and 4 syllable words. We're definitely not supposed to know what they mean. We're not supposed to be able to play with complex concepts or very simple concepts. We're definitely not supposed to be able to call them out for their hypocrisy, catch them up on their own hypocrisy. Absolutely not. That's not supposed to happen. Right? Huh. I watched as Chrissy attempted to respond to me by calling me dumb and stupid and said she is not pivoting from her direction. And then she proceeded to describe her pivoting from her direction. Now, this is a college educated woman, from my understanding. Mr. Z is a community college dropout. Webster's Dictionary Online proved me right on my definition of pivoting and proved her wrong, which means she is pivoting. Remember, she proceeded to call Z dumb and stupid. I think Black Hoover is right. Right? Huh. Black Hoover is right. You know, we come across education in many different ways. We come across knowledge in many different ways. And it doesn't necessarily always have to be in a classroom behind a desk. Now, watch this, y'all, because Mr. Z isn't a hypocrite. I have often said multiple times that I want to go back to school. Y'all hear that? Mr. Z also says that marriage is a thing. And me, I am seriously considering it, and it's probably gonna happen. With Ms. Z, with the current Ms. Z. You see that? That's Mr. Z not being a hypocrite, not hiding his girlfriend from his subscribers, not hiding his intention from his subscribers, not um belittling and minimizing college and university and then secretly attending college and university. All that stuff they do over there, while when they engage in it while talking crap about it, and ask you why do you want to do it, right? Not only that, let's continue down that road. Life can teach you many lessons outside of the classroom.
the problem that we have here are black women that attend PWIs, HBCUs, technical institutes, etc., etc. They don't really attend technical institutes. Stop lying, Z. Right? They go to school for whatever career path, and they really discount how much black men also learn while not attending college and university. Right? They really discount that. GC GC says ICDC. I knew somebody was gonna say something like that. I knew it. Right? And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Detroit says, guess who's black pill? Oh, guess who's back pill? Better yet, not black pill. Guess who's back pill? Yeah, no, Mr. Z is back. I'm back. I'm back. That oh man, that vacay was much needed, y'all. California, y'all messed me up. Cali, y'all should have told me to stay away from Del Taco. I ate Del Taco, be like, oh, this is a Taco Bell competition. Let me see what this is like. And it wasn't bad, but it came right back up. That thing came right back up. About 3 hours later. Was it even 3 hours later? It might not even have been 3 hours later. No, I don't even think so. That thing came right back up. Messed me up. All right. Messed me up. Yeah. Mess me up and reset me for a good whole day. A whole day I had the shivers and everything. Like, what type of bug? Right? Yeah, that messed me up. There go a day of my vacation, pretty much nothing done. Man. Good point. And Mr. Seed says, we level up in the field. We level up in the field. Right? And once again, thank you for the super chat, Detroit. Thank you for the super chat. We level up in the field. Exactly. Right? But I was in the mountains, you guys. Beautiful views. I guess we'll talk about this for a couple minutes. I got to get back to what I was saying, though, because I really got to stress this. Yeah, I'll get back to it in a minute. But yeah, beautiful views. So I thought we were going like south, right? I thought we was going to yeah, but no, we actually drove inland, and it was just beautiful. The Airbnb, when you walked out of the Airbnb, just beautiful mountain view. Yeah, me and my lady took pictures. We're really not the picture type. We've been together for a little minute, and we don't really have pictures with each other like that. And we were like, yo, we gotta do that because we haven't like we have the experiences, but like the pictures, yeah, nah. Yep. But yeah, so um, it was beautiful. It was beautiful trip. I gotta get on you Cali dudes though. Cali can't tell me nothing ever about hurricanes, bro. Y'all are not even a good sand barrier away from certain death from a goddamn boulder if y'all get hit by an earthquake. I don't want to hear nothing ever again. BGS, Art, all of you brothers, Artisan, MC, all of y'all can't say nothing, especially y'all that live anywhere near a mountain. The whole state, I know not the whole state is like mountain ranges, but still. Y'all can't say y'all are a boulder away from certain death. Beautiful though, beautiful. Beautiful, right? But one boulder away from certain death. Bruh, you literally can touch the damn mountain off of the side of the expressway. What? Wait a minute, I'm on this 2-lane road. I can put my hand out the window and touch the mountain. Y'all telling me about an earthquake I know about 3 weeks in advance? No, y'all can't say none to us, bro. Y'all can't say none to Florida. We know. Right? Yeah, we might get flooded out. Yeah, it might turn into Oasis. Well, not Oasis. I want to say Atlantis. Atlantis eventually. Miami's gonna be Atlantis eventually. True. That's true. But Cali dudes can't say nothing. Y'all are earthquake away from certain death. Right? Man. But it was beautiful though. I gotta admit. It was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful. Homes were pretty nice. Right? Yeah. It was nice. We went out to Venice also. Y'all hood chicks are a whole different level of hood chicks though. God damn. No wonder y'all Negroes be coming to Miami. Oh, messing with those exotical. Shout out to Chrissy. Messing with those exotical foreigners and tourists. God damn. Y'all hood chicks is different. What? Oh. Yeah, no, but other than that, no, it was straight. It was definitely straight. It was nice. It was definitely nice. Me and my lady got to see the dancers on the beach and stuff like that. Yeah, it was nice. We did a little shopping. I came upon a Versace cologne in Cali. Shout out to Cali. You know, had to get my souvenir. But yeah, from now on, every time Cali do say art, BGS, anybody, artist, MC, anybody from Cali, y'all can't say nothing anymore. Nothing. Earthquake away from certain death. You can even see it in the roads. Roads looking like they got stretch marks because of them earthquakes. What? But other than that, yeah, no, it was straight. It was nice. The traffic wasn't the worst thing in the world when we were in LA, but we got lucky. GC said Z got ammo on Cali now. That you see how I'm able to rip into New York? Because as a kid, we went to New York at least once a year, summer, winter time. At least once a year, and sometimes some years we went 3 times. So yeah, so that's why I'm able to go in on the Northeast, particularly New York. Yeah, Texas, y'all next. I'm gonna be there soon. Texas, y'all next. I'm gonna have stuff for y'all ass. I'm gonna have them jokes. Right? About to have jokes for everybody in the. I got cases. What he said? I got cases on all you. All right. Let's get back. Okay. GC's in Texas, land of the ADOS and Nigerian babies. Hysterical. Well, Cali could claim Nigerian babies too, and New York, and the DMV area. All of that's the places where, like, when I think of first, second, and now, depending, third generation Nigerians, that I think of LA, I think of Texas, but I don't know where in Texas. I just think of the whole state. Texas, I think of the Northeast, primarily New York, but the Northeast, and I think of the DMV area. Yeah, we have Nigerians that live down here in South Florida, obviously, like my best friend. But yeah, my best friend is half Nigerian, half ADOS. But yeah,
Oh, St. Cyr says Texas is mainly Houston. Okay, that's where Nigerian brothers and sisters stay. Okay, okay, right. Oh, you said baddies, 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 baddies. Okay, okay. And GC said no, no wonder. Okay, I got the clarification now. And GC didn't actually say babies. For those of you that are listening but can't read the comments, GC actually said Texas, land of the ADOS Nigerian baddies. I said babies, baddies. Right. Nino says not many Nigerians in San Fran. Who's in San Fran other than Asians? I couldn't help it. You know, I had to do it. South Asians and East Asians, tech industry down the street, right? Yeah, yeah, I think he is. And Paul Wilson says Houston, according to Philip Scott. Okay, right, man. Venom cases. NY is in NY New York is where Nigerians plot how to lead black women like the Pied Piper, right? Man. Okay, so what I wanted to stress about education is that we have a educated class of black women who look at education as a passport, not into just a better life or just to buy a couple of nicer things, but a passport into a better class position. A class and FD, you spoke to it a little bit with Professor Odie, where they get to black women think they get, and it's not black people, in this case it's black women by the numbers, because obviously black women are more college educated than black men, so there's that part. Black women see their college education as making them infallible. Not only did they already thought they were infallible in relationship to black men. This piece of paper now solidifies that to them. Deliver us from Eva, everyone. Right? Gabrielle Union's character in Deliver Us from Eva, everyone. Huh? The degree automatically grants them HBI and I. Wait. Yeah, HBIC. Yeah, yeah, it is HBIC. Yeah, HBIC sounds weird though. It don't even sound. H and IC sounds so much better than HBIC. It does. No wonder I was confused. I was like, HBIC? That don't even sound right. It don't. I think that's an allegory for life. Goddamn. Good point. And Leon says, Z, what about the conversation he had with Candice Hargens? The conversation around monogamy and educated brothers. I have to dig further into that, right? I might have to do a whole different stream about that. Because the way they were framing educated brother, and essentially they don't want to compete for educated brothers. Those brothers to them have way too much social power. Society elevates those men, and just because he got a little, let me frame it the way they were trying to really say it, just because he got a little funky degree, Doesn't mean he doesn't mean he's anything. So not only do they not want to compete for that man in a relationship, they do not know if that man is deserving of his accolades outside of the degrees, out, the accolades that he achieves out in the real world. Huh? So black women just find themselves, to me, in a very interesting position when it comes to this gender conflict issue. I don't think FD Signifier did this conversation any real justice, to be honest with you. Even if he was trying to walk the tightrope of you're wrong and you're wrong, he did not do that. We saw it. He did not do that. He did the, well, black women have a point, and black men, I mean, your issue is white patriarchy, and black women's issue is, well, you and white patriarchy. And he always does that. He always, that's the intersectionality in him. So miss me with the whole, I've since grown from intersectionality because it doesn't go far enough. Nigga, you still do it. You still do the minimizing what black men are saying and being extremely sympathetic to what black women are saying. Okay, fine. And the end result is, once again, an intersectional view that tells us that women are in the better and more moral position, and we should be more empathetic to them because what they're speaking about is coming from a less toxic place or a not toxic place compared to what black men are speaking about. The end result is still the same. So you can miss me with the whole I've since moved or I've since evolved. Not really. Clearly not. Let me know how this works for your daughters in the future. 25% of married black men already marrying out per census data, pure per Pew Research. 25% already, and that was as of what, 20, we were in 2024, 2022, something like that, 2021, something like that. What was the census put out? Huh? Black men already marry more than black women, and now black men not only are marrying more and more interracially, they're dating more and more interracially. Meanwhile, your egotistical maniacs like Yanni are talking about decenter men. Yeah, you know what? Black men are going to hold you to that. Decenter men? All right, watch this. Have fun. Because there's a game that women of other races are willing to play with black men that men of other races are not willing to play with black women. You'll see what it is. Huh? Because excuse me. Base Pluto spoke to them white incels about dating black women, and they said no. All right, we'll see. Dear black women, okay, let me know how this works for you. Hmm. We'll see. And Louis Conyer says, "What's up? What's going on, Louis? What's up with you? I'm back from a vacay minus 1 day of hard life reset." That Del Taco took me out, yo. That Del Taco was trying to kill me. That was all type of messed up. All right, what's going on, Louis? Man, yeah. So, um, I guess I have to add the real talk with Yanni
um, think piece. For those of you who do check it out, it's not going to be many of you. I understand. Um, Proceed with caution. I'm used to Yanni's snarkiness and meanness and rudeness, and yeah, I know many of us aren't. Just proceed, like I said, proceed with caution, right? Yanni gets off on dancing on the misfortune of black men, and she does it in the most overt way. She loves urinating on the misfortune of black men. Um, her and Paris are alike in that way. They do it for themselves, particularly Yanni, because Paris is more of an actress. Yanni, it comes off as cathartic. You can tell why Yanni is a single black woman from what we can see, who is doing well financially, and so Kevin passing, um, and what Kevin would say to women, pretty much exactly like Yanni, and how he would critique them. Yanni gets off on dancing on his grave. So, you know, if y'all check it out, don't get too upset. It's another black woman who has not even hit the age wall. That's up for y'all to decide, but hit the wall of how much she can do to make up for being insufferable to too many black men, right? Too many black men. And that's the issue a lot of black women find themselves grappling with, right? So, yeah, y'all. I mentioned Yanni earlier because I think once again, perfect through line between FD Signifier's think piece, what BGS covered, and Yanni, right? And particularly the Yanni video I'm referencing, where she speaks about Vivica A. Fox and she speaks about Kevin Samuels and she speaks about brothers. Speaking about um, Kevin Samuels, pretty much predicting this when it comes to Vivica A. Fox, her looking for a quote unquote companion, right? Yanni is still young. I don't think she fully appreciates what that she will only become more and more jaded, and that mask will slip. Not only because you are human, Yanni, but because you can't hold it up indefinitely, right? Seed says, and while we're doing that, let's thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat, Seed. Oh, well, super sticker, better yet. And Seed says, what I call a high priestess of misery, hysterical. Probably damn accurate though, but hysterical. Man. And here's the thing. I think Chrissy is lonely. I don't know if she's miserable. I don't think Paris is truly miserable in her real life, especially as a newlywed. I think she sells this rage bait to her subscribers and to her followers, but I don't think she's really that rageful in real life. Probably now that you can see that's in her because obviously she plays it out um as her YouTube facade. But Yanni, no, I think that's really Yanni. I think Yanni is that little sassy, snarky, mean, underhanded, like throw a jab here, throw a jab. She really is that person, and the money and the way she got the money only made it worse because she's not necessarily beholden to anyone per se. It's not an employer. It's not and even her subscribers, it's not like she really interacts with them in real life like that. It's not like she owns like a brick and mortar business. So it allows for Yanni to be this exaggerated kind of Frankenstein person, right? So, so I ain't even gonna read that last one out loud, but yeah, I think so. I think so, and I don't think she's there anymore. I think she's past that point. I think that's where the rage is. I think the rage is because she's past that point, and what she thought she was gonna get out of that, coming out from the other side of that, she didn't get it. I think that's why she's so damn angry. I said it. Imagine like you earning good money. You got all the things you want. You have a nice condo. You nice luxury car. All the little trinkets and baubles you want for nothing. The only thing you missing in life is a man. That only exaggerates it. It's different when you on the hamster wheel and you working every day and you hustling and bustling for your 35, 37, $42,000 a year. It's a whole different ball game when you're earning some good ass money. You can afford some nice ass clothes. You have a nice place, all of that of your own doing, and you don't got a man. At least from what we can see. GC, hey, I'm saying, right? I don't think that's what hurts. I think what hurts is being treated that way, right? Mr. Z is extra average. Mr. Z is an extra average ass brother, right? Extra average ass brother, right? What that mean? The difference between me and a Yanny is I know what I would have to do if I was single to pull whatever, I don't know, my ideal chick is. I ain't even gonna read that. Jig, that is hysterical. I read that out loud. Oh man. But I, it's funny listening to FD speak on this gender war thing, and then when you watch Yanny speak about Kevin Samuels and speak about Vivica A. Fox, you see what it actually looks like. Not what FD Signifier is talking about. Not what the scholar Candice Dr. Candice is speaking about. But you see not what Professor Odie is speaking about. You get to really see what this looked like exhibited by Yanni. There's a resentment there. And I don't know if you can quell that. Now, yes, her channel and where she has her channel situated, this is the type of content that her subscribers expect, at least occasionally. So there's a financial investment there, financial interest there, a financial motivation there, right? Incentive is the word I'm looking for. Um, but this goes beyond just the financial incentive. This also goes into Yanni's personal life. And I think the gender war think piece from FD Signifier misses this type of the Yannis of the world and the angst. You could try to get Yanni to unpack it as much as you want. Certain sisters, there's an anger there because they think the world, and this is, you kind of got this from Ebony K. Williams, and you definitely got it from Amanda Seales, where they're angry at the world for not producing for them what they deem as husband material at their current state, right? And attempting to unpack that for these people, you can try, I don't think you move them much, right? I don't think you move them much, but we'll see, right? This is the beauty of where we are. The internet is forever. Some of us do download these things and we keep them archived. Um, I don't do as much as I could. I need to get a hard drive to start archiving all of this stuff and actually putting them in folders and whatnot. Um, because the last thing I want is for a future where the interracial marriage rate for black men in particular is similar to American born Asian women. And then we have a black community that pretends like it doesn't understand why. And our young folks, our young black girls who are fully black, the handful of them that will be stillborn, not being told the truth of what Black America, the conversations and the rhetoric that swirled around Black America starting in the 80s, really. And how whatever coupling the Black community had, we watched disintegrate because we watched Black men and Black women attempt to get Black men comfortable with a gynocratic order where Black women were encouraged to speak Nazi like about Black men. So yeah, I'm all about archiving this stuff. So in the future, what are we in 2024 and 2035 and 2040 and 2045, we will not be having a conversation about, oh my God, why are so many Black men marrying out? Why are so many Black men dating out? Huh? So, on that note, everyone, we'll pause right here. God damn, Z, you've been talking for 4.5 hours practically. All right, y'all, we will pause right here. Truly, love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all have a great, 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 great rest of y'all day. Thank y'all for listening. Um, I do think that we're gonna have the FDs around the world, around America, better yet, be an issue for a while. But certain things I think you have to let them play out. We'll see how we'll see what FD's talking about and how that plays out. We'll see how Yanni and what she talks about, how that plays out, both for her subscribers and their ilk, and Yanni herself, right? Once again, Mr. C, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you for the super sticker. We'll see how this plays out, right? And Dud says, I think it's too late for Black America in a few years back. In a few years, Black folks in the US are gonna be mixed. I think so. I think that and I think financially where Black America is, I don't think Black America understands how tenuous its position is, right? How it's teeter-tottering into falling into the abyss where it's like outside of government help, there is no digging yourself out, right? As a group, us as individuals, maybe, but as a group, you will be permanently the permanent underclass, right? And what that means for us that even made it is that you will be wearing the jersey color of the permanent underclass indefinitely. And so every day, I mean, it is what many of us are living right now. Um, and every day will be a day where you either prove or disprove knowingly or unknowingly the negative stereotypes that other people have of you because of that jersey color that you cannot remove, right? Mr. Donnie Mac said 4 hours. See, I know, right? So, yeah, and what's disheartening and disappointing is Yanni, you gotta be Yanni, you're either all the way in or you're all the way out, Yanni. You're either all the way in or you're all the way out. This 1 foot in, 1 foot out thing, you can't do this. And for those of you that want to know what I'm referencing, Real Talk with Yanni a couple of weeks ago did a think piece addressing the 4B movement. And she was like, you need to know really if you really want to be with someone, and if that's what your desire is, because this single life isn't for everyone. And that, no, Yanni, tell women, if you got that from me, if you're inspired by me, I don't expect you to ever say it. I don't even expect you to ever acknowledge that you know who Mr. Z is. But if you were inspired by me, Yanni, you have to go all the way. Tell black women the truth. Listen, if you want a black man, you're going to have to fight for him against other black women and non-black women, maybe even some non-black men. You're going to have to be honest with them, Yanni, that single black women have the least amount of wealth in America, Yanni. That's a fact, Yanni. I didn't pull that out of my rear end. Huh? This is not about what black women want. We are no longer in what black women want land. That's nice. That's cute. The average black woman will starve. If you're not paying attention, wealthy people are coming for everything. So for all of you who made yourself insufferable to men, black men specifically, you're going to have to eat the consequences of that. You better go end up with another black woman. That ain't gonna work. But still, go end up with another black woman. But that single thing, that's not a thing. Particularly for women. Y'all don't earn enough. Dear black women, it's that simple. You just don't earn enough. Right. So on that note, everyone, we will pause right there. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all have a great, great, great rest of y'all day. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. For the love of God, let Mr. Z go live a life outside of YouTube. Right. And yeah. No, this was good. This was good. Um, and we had to do this. And I'm actually, believe it or not, there might be a part two to this. It won't be this long though. Where I kind of am more serious in actually go through those bullet points that I told you guys that I had. Yeah, and we don't use any profanity, although we didn't use that much today. Um, that one, you can have your kids listen to, right? So yeah. So on that note, you guys, let's pause right here, all right? And actually, let's let I'm Waffles take us out. And I'm Waffles says, I think the systemic issue with these conversations is the misinformation by the way of lying by omission. I agree. FD as well. What they do is very insidious. Absolutely. Absolutely. Right? Absolutely. And I'll give you prime example and we'll end out. When FD said black men and black women are rated the lowest on these dating websites, and they're both pretty much, he was saying both are equally undesirable. FD know that's not true, because even with that, he kind of put out the caveat, or you know, he kind of sidestepped it with, depending on or determining. No, 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 and that's important. Letting black women know that they don't have the time and they're not in the position to play around because a non-black woman will eat their lunch is important, but y'all can't do that for the ego now, can you? Oh well, right? And Jake said it best. And Jake said, FD said he's a propagandist. Well, propagandize on then, brother. But I think fine. Y'all chose y'all side. It's the side of black women. All people should be on the side of black women. Okay, I hear y'all. All people should be feminists. Okay, I hear y'all.
You chose your side. It's the side of black women. Then suffer the consequences of enough of your black boys and men saying, I won't bite. Right? All right. And on that note, y'all have a great rest of y'all day. Mr. Z out. All right, y'all.